amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. You may have your seats. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, a very, very warm welcome to the inaugural Kepsa SME Conference, Awards, and exhibitions. We want to thank you all for turning up and for bringing the energy in the room. We have an enriching program here today, an exciting program that I'm really, really looking forward to, and to have a mix of great people in the room, innovators, enablers, players, actors, and everybody who comes together to make this event what it is. It is our hope that you're going to fully engage and leverage on all the opportunities that have been specially curated for all of us. And to just get us started, I would like us to first of all appreciate partners, sponsors, and key people that have contributed to the success of this event today. First of all, this event is proudly brought together by Kepsa, together with two strategic partners that would like to acknowledge this morning. So let's appreciate and acknowledge the MasterCard Foundation under the program Jinue Growth Program, which is it's a consortium. And we are also very well supported by another strategic partner, the ITC, International Trade Center. Let's give them a round of applause. We also have other partners coming together. Let's acknowledge the European Union, the Kenya Bankers Association, the East Africa Business Council, and many others. Today, we are also privileged to have the support and contribution of sponsors. Allow me to acknowledge the sponsors of this inaugural conference. We have Zoho, let's appreciate them. Stanbic Bank, Ajira Digital, Safaricom, KCB, Light for the World, CM Advocates. And we have many others. We also have you and I that came. So I hope you're really, really looking forward to a great time together, because this conference is a special one. We are going to be launching programs, activities, initiatives today. We have opportunities to collaborate, opportunities to network, to learn, to contribute in various ways. And therefore, I hope you are excited and as enthusiastic as you are. So let's take a moment to sit back and enjoy the day. And throughout the day, I'll encourage you to engage with one another. Share your stories. Network with someone. The program is available. You can access it by scanning the QR code on the tag. So allow me at this point to invite our host, who is the Chief Operations Officer of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Rose Maora, to come and give us an overview of the event. And as she comes to the stage, ladies and gentlemen, let's appreciate her. A warm welcome to Rose.
Thank you very much. Our chief guest, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Cooperatives, MSMEs, Development, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya. We are so delighted that you could come today amidst your very busy schedule. Our CEO, Carol Kariuki, our past chair and the chairperson of BIDCO, Africa Limited, Dr. Vimarsha. We have the country head, Zoe, here, also Nat Ranch. We have the CEO of the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. We have our own host here, Professor, who is hosting us at KICD. We have very many industry captains in this room. Allow me first not to finish that protocol because I've been requested that I cannot speak like when we go to the villages. We ask the chief of the area, come and invite us. Professor, please.
Thank you, Rose, and thank you, the Minister of Ceremonies. These people get forgotten normally. Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you. Our Cabinet Secretary, and allow me just to say, all protocol observed, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Professor Charles Ongondo, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. I want to take the first opportunity to welcome all of us here. Waziri, this is the government institution that is charged with the responsibility of developing, reviewing, and approving all academic programs for schools and other colleges below the university level. We also have the responsibility of evaluating all curriculum support materials, be they print, visual, or audiovisual, that will find their way into our classrooms. Because of that, we are one way or the other related to what you do here. Because if you look at our curricula right from pre-primary level, you will find elements of small and microeconomic enterprise and other related knowledge, skills, and competencies included. Besides what we do, by law, which I've said, we have conference facilities, and I'm happy that you have chosen to come and host this inaugural conference here. You're always welcome beyond this session to come and exploit what we do, and especially you can exploit our Edu channel, which is a television channel. They're one of the few held by the government to be able to pass information that you need, especially to learners and other sectors of the society. I think with those remarks, Waziri, asante sana kuja huku na umekaribishwa tena. Thank you.
A lot of applause for Professor himself. So we have the Chief Enterprise Business Officer at Safaricom, Cynthia. We have industry captains in this room, SME exhibitors, participants, and our support, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'll be very brief because my CEO is looking me with an eye. So our chief guest, allow me first to congratulate you on your appointment as the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs Development. And so thank you for accepting really to come to be our chief guest this morning, despite a very busy schedule. And a round of applause for Waziri. Really, your presence here and that of our distinguished guests makes this day very special to Kepsa and very memorable to all of us. So as Kepsa, we are really delighted and you're welcome to this inaugural Kepsa Annual SME Conference, Awards and Exhibition, which actually starts this year to eternity. So every year we'll be having this SME conference, but it will happen in the month of June when we celebrate SMEs. So allow me to celebrate each and every one of you for coming and turn to your neighbor and say thank you for coming. So today we come together under the theme Unlocking SME Financing and Scaling Up Innovations for Accelerated Growth. This is a theme that strongly aligns with our collective mission, I believe ourselves, all of us, to cultivate and vibrate and flourish the SME sector in this country. Kepsa is an apex umbrella body for the private sector in Kenya, and we bring together local and foreign business associations, federations, chambers of commerce, professional bodies, corporates, including multinationals, large, medium-sized enterprises, which also includes SMEs, startups from all sectors of the economy. We have 80 associations and professional bodies, over 1 million business locally, and serve as the national focal point of the East Africa Business Council and International Chamber of Commerce, with a reach of 45 million businesses globally through ICC, that ICC Kenya is a member. So we enable these businesses speak with one voice, and that's why you see our mandate is the voice of the private sector and other stakeholders on cross-cutting policies, laws, and regulations impeding private sector development. We also bring together in the implementation of programs that ensure the socio-economic development of the country. So we really want to confirm, and I want to ask again the next person who is sitting next to you, whether they are members of Kepsa. Don't worry, we have a response. We will know how to deal with those who have told you they are not members of Kepsa by the end of the day. So we'll have our team members here. They'll give you a membership application form. And today, the board has allowed us to have a discounted rate for startups, 10,000 bob per year. So fill in the membership application form. We look forward to embodying you to Kepsa membership and for you to become part of the voice. Kepsa supports businesses with opportunities for training, networking, financial linkages, mentorship and coaching, access to markets, value chains, and investment opportunities with many partners around the world. And I'm sure some of you can attest to those programs that have been happening. So this conference really serves as a pivotal platform for discussing the challenges and opportunities facing the SMEs, particularly in the realms of financing and innovation that has been very key. Access to finance remains one of the biggest handles for SMEs, and you'll all believe that. And today's discussion will explore innovative solutions to bridge this gap. The emphasis, of course, of scaling up innovations, especially in the emerging technologies, cannot be underscored. Innovation is not just about new products, but it's about new ways of doing business, new partnerships that you create, and especially even from here, and new strategies to grow your business. So we will also touch on access to markets with the aim of continuous growth of SME ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, we've outlined various objectives of this conference, which we are looking at even launching the MSME Financing Gateway to allow you to link to the financings. We'll also be showcasing the most innovative ways for SMEs available in the market. We are providing a networking and collaboration opportunity for you. So please, when you get that business card, ensure you utilize that contact within the next 24 hours. If you do not reach out to me, if I give you my business card, you reach out to me after some time, I'll have forgotten. But also to facilitate a policy dialogue to generate actionable insights and recommendations that drive SME financing, innovation, and positive change at the ecosystem levels. So with the wealth of this session and activities that we've lined up today, I strongly encourage all of us to actively engage and discuss and connect with one another. We are glad that the chief guests have been able to visit quite a few of the exhibition, and you'll also be doing that as he exits, so that you are able to network, see what is it your neighbor is doing. From the keynote speeches that we have to the panel discussions, every session we can attest to you and assure you it offers a very unique experience for you. So our chief guest, we have the award session, and we'll be requesting you to come later on to award different categories, having run an innovative challenge last year. And we highly anticipate the launch of MSME, financing gateway that we are also going to invite you to be able to launch after your speech. Finally, allow me to draw your attention to a very exciting pitching session will be in the afternoon. This represents a prime opportunity for innovative solution, and we'll be showcasing from the young people, the startups here, what is it that they are doing. These sessions will be very encouraging, so we encourage you to keep up throughout the day. Looking forward, Kepsa remains committed to supporting SMEs through continuous advocacy, capacity building initiatives, and fostering conducive business environment. We encourage you to stay connected with Kepsa, but we can only leverage on this and leverage on the opportunities if you are a member. So I want to encourage you again, don't leave this room before you become a member of Kepsa. So I urge all of us to embrace the opportunities that we've presented today. Let us work together to unlock the full potential of each and everyone here in this room by driving forward the economic growth and innovation of this nation. As I wrap up, I really want to extend our heartfelt appreciation to all partners and stakeholders who have made and contributed to this occasion and made this event possible. And our MC has been gracious to run through all of them. Just know, really, really, we appreciate you. So together today, we will lay a groundwork for continued growth and collaboration in shared goals. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you for participating. We look forward to a day filled with fruitful discussions and meaningful collaborations. With a promise, if you stay on until 5, there's a goodie for each and every one of us as we leave this room. So I want to congratulate you and wish you a very fruitful engagement today, and God bless you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Rose Mwaura. Thank you very much for highlighting and articulating why we are running this conference, and for the passionate pitch for us to all join Kepsa membership. We really appreciate, and if you are not a member, I'll encourage you to please sign up for membership. Kepsa is willing and ready to have all of us. So thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are joined here by several partners, sponsors, and many other stakeholders that are all working with the unified mission of supporting the small and medium enterprises. And we know the role that Safaricom plays in our economy. It's arguably one of the most admired organizations, driving business in the region due to its innovative products and also very strong market presence. And as sponsors of this event and as an organization that puts its hand up to support small and medium enterprises, we have a representative here who is coming to address us very, very briefly. So this morning we are joined by the Chief Enterprise Business Officer, Miss Cynthia Kropach, who will very briefly just address us as a sponsor and talk to us about how they are supporting SMEs. So welcome, and a round of applause for Cynthia as she comes to the stage. Thank you very much for being here.
What about now? Good. Well, good morning again. Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Cooperatives and MSMEs, Carol Karaoke, CEO Kepsa, invited guests, all businesses present, ladies and gentlemen, I feel privileged to speak to you today, not only as a champion of MSMEs, by the way, that is my regular day job. I don't know how many of you know, Safaricom is actually 3 different business units. There is what we all know that we subscribe to as individuals or in our homes, it's Safaricom and many of our retail shops. There's M-Pesa, which many of you know because you use that daily, I hope. And then there's Safaricom Business that I represent that is responsible for supporting business and government. So it is literally my day job and several of us that are sitting here in this audience. So as a representative of both Safaricom and Safaricom Business, our existence as a company is to be a purpose-led company, focused on transforming lives and giving back to the Kenyan community, and privileged to being amongst the leaders and innovators and champions here in the room today of SMEs. So I'll just make a few comments about the scope of MSMEs. Representing 30% of our GDP, employing over 14 million Kenyans, contributing nearly 80,000 jobs annually, and literally the majority, over 98% of the businesses in this country. So SMEs are literally the backbone of the Kenyan economy. But the future of these businesses growing and thriving demands a shift in how we think about their growth and sustainability. The hope for millions, you hear how many are employed, nearly a quarter of our economy. It depends on our ability to help SMEs realize their potential and move beyond the traditional support to reimagine what's possible. I'll just give you a few nuggets of what that future looks like. 70% of new value created, which is how businesses create value, will be done on digital platforms, digitally created platforms. SMEs must adopt and be part of this ecosystem to thrive and grow. And it's not just about keeping in track with global trends, lifting and shifting what's worked in the Western developed nations and planting it here. What has worked there might not work here. And this is part of the work we as Safaricom do. It's not just about taking the big tech companies, the Microsofts, the Googles, the AWS, taking that, packaging it up maybe with a cheaper price and saying it works here. Because the context in this continent, in this country, is different. The technologies have advanced. Competitive landscape is different than when many of these technologies have been created or in the context in which they're curated. The expectation of consumers is different than when many of the companies that are now big, giant global companies started. For us to thrive and grow from SMEs to future global large companies, we will have to create and tailor solutions that address the unique challenge of African SMEs. Safaricom Business just started a series of webinars, part of our commitment to training and enabling SMEs in this country. We started about 3 months ago. It happens every month. And in our vision, it was about helping businesses be able to digitize, start to play in a digital economy, and then start to build the capacity and skills that would be required. So we've had 3 installments. The first installment was, do you even have a website? Do you have an email, or are you using Gmail? You know, if you want to have credibility and businesses to be recognized as a serious business, there's some things you have to invest in, some fundamental basics that don't even cost much. So we started, the first one is have an identity. The second one was start to build a brand. And then my team said the third one is going to be about AI. And I was telling some of the guests in the room here, when the team said we're going to do one of AI as the third thing, I was very curious. Which SME is thinking about AI as a big issue or a big problem? Because what do we normally hear about? How do we get money? How do we access markets? How do we build technical expertise or expertise in our area of business? I didn't think AI would bubble up to be an important topic. I was wrong. We received 5 times the interest from SMEs interested in understanding about AI than they were interested in understanding about getting an email or getting a website. What it's telling us is SMEs are yearning and are ready for what are the solutions that I need to understand as a business. What are the solutions that will help me grow my business faster And I acknowledge I don't know. And if AI is the ticket because that's what's all the rage and what's in the news, then I want to know and hear about that. Very successful seminar. I'll use this moment to shamelessly plug. These seminars are conducted every month. The next series will be in Mombasa, I believe next week or the week after next. So make sure that we have your names and contacts so that we include you, including yourself, Bwana Cabinet Secretary. We look forward to seeing you at that next seminar and all the ones following. So we have to build sustainable and resilient business models, and it's also not just about an ethical choice. For many large companies, we think about sustainability and talk about it a lot. But to stay competitive and grow, SMEs need to act now to invest in practical, sustainable practices that reduce cost and boost efficiency. What COVID taught us, what the financial market collapse taught us, is that we must continue to invest in sustainable improvements and prioritize things that allow us to be sustainable and resilient to tolerate shocks. We must optimize on energy use. We must manage waste better. And we must source locally. It's to this point I want to bring up one quick point about the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement. This is an agreement that all 54 countries on the continent have agreed to come together to operate as an economic and trade bloc. This can serve as a game changer for many of our SMEs. It was ratified in 2021, but still in 2024, we are still organizing and planning and defining how Africa can operate as an economic bloc. Africa represents over 1 billion people. It is the combination of United States and Europe together. It's what the Chinese economy is, but we have it right here on this continent. To make this a reality, there has to be true focus to facilitate trade and to make it a reality to access this market. This is the infrastructure development, this is the capacity building in member countries, and as well, it's part of our economic security, not to mortgage our future by securing the future of developed countries. Many of us as small businesses are in agrarian business, whether it's avocados, which is the latest craze.
Traveling renews my energy.
Many of these countries are sourcing these raw
come back
materials,
fulfilled.
taking them out,
I
and
come
then
back having
selling
learned
us
a
the
thing or
finished
two.
good inputs at
Different status
significantly
of
higher
workplace.
prices than we have sold.
I started
This
just
will
jotting
keep us
down
in
my experiences.
economic servitude.
That's where my
forever.
love for travel started.
We must continue to secure our future and not mortgage it. The untapped potential of youth is extremely important. Kenya's youth is a unique advantage in an aging global economy, which increasingly relies on external markets to grow. In a self-sustaining economic bloc, we must prioritize youth and skill development. It was fantastic to see some of the small companies out there today. I'll just name a few: Chirpy, HealthX, Black Rhino, Faidi. Us supporting these companies is extremely important as part of our future growth. I'll just make a few comments on what we Safaricom are doing. We have invested in conjunction with Sumitomo and M-Pesa Africa on Spark Accelerator Fund. Spark Accelerator Fund is a fund that provides guidance and support, access to capital, technologies, and coaching to help small budding companies to enhance their growth trajectory. Mr. Cabinet Secretary, we need many of these accelerators. Safaricom, M-Pesa, and Sumitomo are supporting 9 this year. We need 900 or 9,000 more of these companies to go through such funds. Our greatest resource as Kenya is not oil or avocado growing or acquiring land, which I have a particular taste for. It's our people and investing in human capital. It's essential for building businesses to be able to innovate, adapt, and grow. Imagine an Africa where imagine Kenya where every entrepreneur has a world-class education, shifts from imagining potential to concrete actions and outcomes. M-Pesa and Safaricom 25 years ago were just but a thought. Today, we're operating in multiple countries across this continent. We must embrace risk, learning from failures, and it may take 1,000 good ideas to get to one breakthrough idea. Safaricom and M-Pesa are such examples, and I'm sure there are many in this room that we will continue to support and grow. Enjoy the conference. Please tap into Grow with Safaricom Business. Look into the Spark Fund Accelerator program that is running that helps businesses become the champions of tomorrow. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Cynthia. Thank you. Now we know how Safaricom is driving and enabling SMEs. And thank you for also extending opportunities for SMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that our time is really far gone, and we are joined this morning by the CEO of the Micro Small Enterprise Authority, Mr. Henry Ritha. We know that they are doing great and fantastic work within the policy formulation and coordination. So we'll quickly invite him to the stage to come and give very, very brief remarks. As we can see, his profile is out there. So thank you very much, sir, and let's appreciate him for making time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the MC, the Cabinet Secretary for Cooperatives and MSMEs Development, Honorable Cliff Paranya, the CEO Kepsa, Madam Carol Karaoke, the Chair Bidco Africa Limited, Dr. Vimal Shah, the Chief Enterprise Business Officer, Safaricom PLC, Madam Cynthia Kropak, all protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning once more. My name is Mr. Yatich Kipkore, representing the CEO. I'm the Deputy Director, Enterprise Development at Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. We are here today very glad because we've been invited by Kenya Private Sector Alliance, because our main business is MSMEs. And we've discovered that as much as we are working very hard, we still have a lot, because these Kenyans seated here today are very innovative, they are very hardworking, they just need to be brought together, just like what Kenya Private Sector Alliance has done today. They have brought all voices together. Thank you very much, Kepsa. At MSEA, our primary work involves promoting and regulating SMEs, providing dispute resolution services, fostering entrepreneurship, encouraging innovation, and offering registration services to associations and umbrella organizations of MSMEs. As of August 7th, 2024, MSME Authority had registered 56,206 groups and associations, including 53,693 hustler groups and 1,613 MSE associations. Our data shows that we have reached 2,125,098 MSEs, including 1,260,857 hustlers and 749,656 other collaborations. By engaging this number, we have demonstrated a pivotal role in supporting diverse entrepreneurship endeavors. We have implemented projects at Micro and Small Enterprises Authority. One notable one is the Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, called KEOP, which supported 97,420 direct beneficiaries at a tune of over 3.5 billion shillings in startup grants dispersed. Additionally, according to independent tracer studies, a critical measure of KEOP impact is the significant increase in employment rate post-interventions. KEOP increased employment rate among beneficiaries from 26% before the project to 96% after the engagement with KEOP, while incomes grew by 42% on average. Looking ahead, we are coming up with another project by the name National Youth Opportunities Towards Advancement Project, abbreviated as NYOTA, covering the 47 counties of this nation, and we'll be supporting 110,000 direct beneficiaries with an anticipated total impact on 800,000 individuals. You are welcome. In addition, we have established 182 constituency development industrial centers, popularly known as CIDCs, in 182 constituencies in Kenya. We've not covered all. In the new act that we are currently coming up with, we'll be naming them enterprise development centers. And we have 400 Juakali work sites which are operational in Kenya. Furthermore, Micro and Small Enterprises Authority has played a pivotal role in affordable housing project, which is part of the bottom-up economic transformation model. And we, as part of presidential directive and Kenya Kwanza government initiative, we are getting subcontracts for the registered MSMEs across Kenya where affordable housing is, and we have secured those projects in regards to woodwork and metalwork, fabrication of the doors, windows, and so forth, and currently going on in Kenya. In phases, because it has not happened in every constituency in Kenya, but those constituencies that already have the affordable housing projects, we have secured the subcontracting there. Furthermore, to bolster our support for MSEs, we have established one center in Nairobi, Kariobangi, which is a center of excellence, and have plans to set up 8 additional centers of excellence in the country, which are hubs for MSMEs that will make businesses be competitive in the market. As approaches of unlocking SME financing and scaling up innovations for the accelerated growth in Kenya, which is today's theme, and in quest to fuel Kenya's economic transformation, unlocking financing avenues for SMEs and fostering a fertile ground for innovation stand as pivotal strategies, propelling the nation towards accelerated growth and development. And we have the following very few items in that regard. One is that one of the most pressing challenges faced by SMEs seated today here is access to finance. Despite their critical role in the economy, many SMEs struggle to secure the necessary funding to start, sustain, and grow their businesses. Inadequate financing hampers the ability to invest in new technologies, expand operations, and compete both locally and internationally. Therefore, developing a robust financial ecosystem tailored to unique needs of SMEs is essential for the growth and sustainability. 2, microfinance has emerged as a viable solution for SME financing, providing small loans to entrepreneurs who may not qualify for traditional bank loans. Additionally, alternative funding options such as crowdfunding, venture capital, and angel investors offer promising avenues for SMEs to secure the necessary capital. Third, innovation is a key driver of SME growth, and by leveraging new technologies and innovative business models, SMEs can enhance their productivity, improve their competitiveness, and access new markets. We have numerous success stories of SMEs that have embraced innovation to scale up their businesses. Fourth, continuous learning and skill development are crucial for the success of SMEs. At MSEA, we offer a range of training programs and workshops tailor-made to small businesses' needs, covering various aspects of business management, financial literacy, and technical skills. Lastly, private-public partnerships PPPs play a vital role in supporting SMEs. Successful PPPs have been established to provide SMEs with access to resources, markets, and expertise, just like what we do in affordable housing. And in conclusion, the Micro and Small Enterprises Authority is dedicated to promoting the growth and development of SMEs in Kenya through various initiatives, partnerships, and projects. And we aim to create the enabling environment for SMEs to thrive, and we are open to collaborations. We will support Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We will work with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance because they are bringing all voices to one accord in Kenya, and we will always support, and you feel welcome. Thank you very much.
Let's appreciate him and very quickly invite our keynote speaker this morning, a renowned industrialist and a very well-known mentor to small and medium enterprises. He will be coming to speak to us on opportunities for SMEs that we can leverage both locally, regionally, and internationally. Allow me to warmly welcome Dr. Vimal Shah to the stage to briefly address us.
Oops. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Great. You know, SME energy should be very, very strong right now. The Honorable CS, Paranya, and I will cut short my time in terms of saying all protocols observed. All of you are distinguished. If you are sitting in this room and you're an SME, you are absolutely distinguished. So thank you all for coming. I had a very long speech to talk about and a keynote address, but I think we started off a bit late, therefore I'll try and cut myself short. However, I just want to say one thing. Buenos dias. We know that you are newly appointed. You've been 2 weeks in the office. 1 week was induction. And this is your first week of operations. And you're already talking to SMEs. So well done. Let's give him a big hand for that. And I was having a chat here with Safaricom and saying, Safaricom, digitally enable him so that he can start doing this with many more SMEs on a one-to-one basis or even make conferences and really make this thing happen. So I think you're hitting the ground running. Well done for that. But actually, you know, I want to say I'm standing here in front of you and I feel very related to you because 36, 37 years ago, I was an SME. And me, myself, my brother, and my father started doing things and saying, while in university here at USIU, I said, let's start a project. And the project was to say, let's look at this value chain of cotton and textiles and go into the value chain. And I know how it is to be an SME. And I tell you what, I'm so glad for every one of you because in our time, there was no internet, there was no digital, there was nothing. We used to go to the office just to collect our messages and do correspondence, right? And we get our messages or we call people or we write letters to them. And you know what snail mail is, right? We write a letter, it gets there after a week. After 2-3 weeks, you get a response, and that's the way. Today, you're sitting in an age where, thank you Safaricom and thank you Airtel, for giving us the bandwidth available here where you can get an instant thing done right now. You get a response within hours. If you don't get it, you send another message and say, fine, here. And you solve issues very fast. And I just say that, you know, when we were there, we had very many other issues. We had no market access. Believe me, when we started off our first plant here, the Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda borders were closed. Do you know that? The borders were absolutely sealed. You couldn't get anything across. And today, I want to say one thing. You're sitting, I just came back from Arusha yesterday, and I can tell you one thing. You're sitting in a place where we've got the entire East Africa market. Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, DRC, South Sudan, Somalia. We're all in one common market called East African Community. And you have free access to all these markets. So I just want to encourage you. I know the topic today is unlocking financing landscape in Kenya. But I just want to say, when you look at financing, financing will get unlocked if your vision and your goal is far bigger. You need to have a very clear goal and a vision to say, I am starting today, but you know I've got a lot of runway, and I can take off on the runway, and I can go places if I really have a vision to say, where am I going? Whenever you take a flight, do you know your destination, or you think, I'll discuss it halfway? When I get on the flight, I'll see where to go. How many of you would have a destination before you took a flight? How many? How many? Everyone, right? So the point I'm driving at is, as an SME, I just want to encourage you to say, I need to know my destination, of where am I going? Even if it is 5 years, 10 years from now, 15 years from now, where is it? And I would suggest make it big, hairy, audacious, because you know what? You have an amazing landscape today. Why am I saying this? Because first thing, you've got the internet, that's now a given. I think that's given, so we all work from screens. Am I right? How many of you would not work from a screen or not look at a screen? You've also got a free university called YouTube University. It's for free. And there's so much how-to things in there. I can tell you so many SMEs have come to me and said, I learned it on YouTube and I did it. Right? How many of you use AI, artificial intelligence? How many of you have used it? So, if you haven't used it, I just met a farmer. Just now, while sitting here. 3 weeks ago, she went on to ChatGPT and got details of how to do farming and whatnot, and she got, within a day, she got the full plans of the farm, she got the details of what to farm, how to farm it, including what to do in crops. And she was sitting next to me in yellow. I'm just saying that it is so much more possible with AI today. You can leapfrog. You can leapfrog. And I can tell you one thing, you can do things much faster. For us as a company, I can tell you, I see all you SMEs as becoming as big in the next 5, 10, 20 years. For us, it took 35 years to get there. For you, it could probably take 5 years. And that's what I want to encourage you to say, fine, we can do it. I wasn't educated overseas. I'm educated here, Kenya, Jamhuri High School, High Ridge Primary School, and then, of course, USIU, and I'm here. But I'm just saying it is possible to do it in Kenya, and I think we can leapfrog. In fact, I want to say one thing. M-Pesa was invented by Kenyans in Kenya for the world, and we took it there. But, and I say this openly now to government, we should blame ourselves for not keeping the IP in Kenya. By IP, I mean intellectual property. We lost it to Vodacom, we lost it overseas, and that's the big folly. I want to cut my speech short in terms of saying there are many opportunities of financing. I think if I went through my whole speech, there's new things called crowdfunding, right, on digitalness right now. A lot of you can do crowdfunding, right? That's one of the innovative ways of looking at how to do it. And again, it's not about its ease of doing business. There's so many ways of doing it. That's one, right? Number two, I think we can look at a thing called peer-to-peer lending, right? There's a lot of lending happening online right now. And digitally, you can actually get that. There are advantages, disadvantages, I can send them across and look at that. But there's also something else called invoice financing. How many of you know what invoice financing is? Yeah, some of you know that, right? The point is, a lot of the, excuse my language, a lot of the banks who are probably sponsors of this conference also, they go the traditional route of saying, give me collateral. Collateral means give me a house, residence, or some asset which I can mortgage and then give you money. An SME is coming up and saying, I've got an idea, I've got a brain wave, and I think this idea can work, I can make it work. No real estate, no nothing, right? So how do you do that? And that's where the whole concept can come in to say, fine, now let's go and look at collaboration. Collaboration amongst you. 4 or 5 or 6 of you can come together and say, fine, let's start this together. And that's one thing that I've faced in a lot of youngsters where they say, I want to do it on my own. I don't want to join with anybody else. And I don't want anybody else to steal my idea. When your product is out in the market, your idea is already public. So what are you going to hide by saying, I won't share it? But sharing it with people and saying, let's start this together, you could actually have, if 5 people got together with 5 ideas, if they shared it, each one would be richer by 5 more ideas, and you can collaborate and do a lot of stuff. In innovative financing, I think there's so much more in supply chain financing. Supply chain financing means you get an order. So supposing any of the big companies, including Safaricom or Bidco, whatever, you got an order from them, you can take it back and say, get financing based on that. That's another innovative way of unlocking finance, because the entire hedging you're doing is on the collateral from that order. Number two, I think equity financing. A lot of people operate as private equity or equity financing. They give you some share, startup capital. We don't have that here, and I think, Bwana CS, we're happy that you're here. We need to start that whole ecosystem in Kenya of angel funding, including venture capital, and also taking it to round 1, round 2, round 3. It started on a small way, but a lot of our SMEs don't have access to that. Can we get that going and really make that happen? I was commenting earlier that, when we came in here, the CS planted a tree, right? When we planted we planted a seedling, right? And we put the seedling into the ground. I said, nurture it, right? That is what I would say is an SME. An SME is where we take the seedling, we put it in the ground, and then we nurture it. We put soil, we put water, and then we give it fertilizer. We wait for it. We make sure nothing harms it, right? For a few years, and we talked about, after 5 years, that tree is going to give us fruits. Some give you after 3 years or 4 years or whatever. That's an SME. Can we nurture them? And this is where the regulatory system, and this is my recommendation to government, the regulatory system needs to come up with something radical to say, let's go and remove all legislation, all regulation. I'm not saying remove the registration or whatever, but remove the charges, the cost and fees that we are supposed to pay for licensing and starting up. And I think this would change a lot of things. We could put a figure there and say, until your turnover reaches 100 million, I think that's a good figure, or 10 million, get to that figure, whatever we agree on. Up to that point, you are exempted from all those issues that affect business or industry to start up. Once a tree has grown and it started to fruit, then let's harvest. Harvest there. Because every single company that makes profit in Kenya, the government is a 30% to 35% shareholder in corporate tax. So can we make sure we nurture them and really get them up? Otherwise, we'll be, we're charging heavy taxes, heavy penalties. And I tell you one thing, there's a penalty we pay for being a startup or being an SME, is your 48 to 50% to 100% interest cost per annum. If you annualize your rates, you realize you're probably paying very low rates. We need to make sure that those rates are competitive. Now, the traditional banks are also charging about 20 to 25% interest rate today, but SMEs, a lot of people without collateral, are probably paying 2%, 4% per month. 2% per month is 24% per annum. 4% per month is 48. No, it's not 48. It's 48% per annum interest rates. But it's not a problem because I'm getting it right now. I've got instant cash and it's out. I'm sorry, Fuliza also gives you loans, but probably they charge you 1% per day. That's 365% per annum. Yes, you top up the next day or the next 2 or 3 days, but is that not a penalty? Anyway, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying that that's one of the things, that's the penalty that we pay. But there's a lot of new things about hybrid financing. There's a lot of things we could look at that. But my speech would more be about encouraging you. I just want to tell you, we talk about East African community, but 2 weeks ago, we have signed on to something called the Tripartite Agreement. The Tripartite Agreement brings in COMESA, East African Community, and SADC, the South African Development Corporation, which is SACU, into one common area. That means now, once that is agreed and ratified, we've approved it, we've signed on to it, that will open up our markets and our exports to South Africa, included up to Egypt to South Africa. The whole region will have free trade. Now, you can wear specs or lenses that says, that is doomsday because we shall become a supermarket for products that come in from those markets into our markets. Yes, we will. But it's an opportunity, and I want you to see the specs of opportunity and say, this is serious opportunity for us as SMEs to be able to say, I can now send my goods or my services across to the entire Africa. And the minute we think that way, we need to get out of this, sorry to say that, we need to get out of this county thing, and my county, from one county to another county, I'll charge a tax. These taxes, levies, we are removing for the whole of Africa. Why are we adding them for Kenya? My advice is really, Bwana CS, thank you for being here. Thank you for being new brain, new ideas. Let's revolutionize for SMEs and say, fine, guys, open up, become bigger, and then grow to become Africa leaders, right? And that's possible to do. All we need to do is change the regulations and say, fine, for SMEs, they have an exemption. And one more thing, compliance. I'm not saying not be compliant. Be compliant, fully compliant with everything, but let's not charge them anything for being compliant. Digitalness. Thank you. Digitalness should not have any cost to it. In fact, why do we do emails? If you were to say, oh, every email you send, there'll be a 5 shilling tax. Why? We don't need to send taxes on digitalness. In fact, make digitalness, I'm not advocating for Safaricom, but whatever you use, let's make sure digital has got no taxes, and therefore our SMEs leapfrog to that. And really, make sure they are all registered. And I would say, insist on one thing, everybody be registered, only then you get exemptions for all this. Which means you become compliant. We want to be compliant with KRA, but we want to make it easy for everyone to operate and to really make sure we nurture this seedling that we make into a tree. And then we get the fruits from that. So I just want to say that advice, because I think the innovation, I think we saw it in the exhibition, the innovation in our people is amazing. And lastly, the entrepreneurial spirit that we all have. And I would say clap for yourselves, because you are really amazing. And you all have that. We all have that here in Kenya. And I tell you, we operate in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and we export to 17 countries. But I've seen that Kenyans everywhere can do a lot more. And they can do more. And I've seen many more people who are doing a lot more across. Our diaspora is doing amazing stuff. So why not our Kenyans? All we need to do is nurture them, make these seedlings into trees, and really help them to become even better. So a supportive ecosystem in financing, a supportive system that really makes the regulatory burden that we have, reduce it. Therefore, they're now working on, where's my market, who's my customer, and I give more customer service than just file my tax returns. Because filing tax returns before you've even started up, and you have 20 licenses there, I want to say one thing. Those licenses don't add value to the SME. They're just there because you paid 500 shillings. You pay 500 shillings, you get a license. What did they do? That county official or whoever did not add value to my business. Can we have value adding, which says one, and single license, single permit, but no cost? Yes, regulation, because I'm insisting that everybody is registered, known, so that Safaricom or whoever can give you far better business services, right? So I'm not advocating for non-compliance. Comply, but have no cost. Today, sorry to say this, even on e-citizen, we are putting a convenience fee. For what? Why? It's digital, for God's sake. I'm paying Safaricom for bandwidth. That's enough. Sorry. Again, not only tax exemptions or waivers, but again, simplified regulations and levy waivers. Many more innovative levies. Excuse my language here. I will be controversial here. We have 349 MPs sitting there passing in very funny laws that will tax you on every single thing. Yesterday I saw a law on copyright. For this event, we should have paid 30,000 shillings for holding this event because we are using a public address system. Every one of you will have to pay. Any party you keep at home with music, 30,000 shillings to get a permit. What is this? Where are we going? Anyway, I'll end here. But I think by reducing barriers to letting these people grow, let's make sure. Now, you planted a seedling today, you put it there, and then you put a tree next to it, which is overlooking it, cutting off the sunlight. Let's not cut off the sunlight. It needs sunlight to be able to nourish itself. So I think let's do that, one thing. So that's for government, but also for financial institutions. Can we make it easier for people to really access finance? Right? I know this resonates very well because we all struggle with heavy cost of burdens of financing. But let's also look at our, we don't say haki yetu, we say wajibu wetu. Wajibu wetu ni nini? To do the right thing. Therefore, if I take a loan or whatever, I make sure I will repay and I'll service the debt, because otherwise I don't stretch myself. I've seen a lot of businesses taking debt, and they think now I'm good. But it's all on debt. Let's make sure we repay it, because all they do is take from here and then repay here, take from here, repay here. I think it's what government's also doing recently, so we have the same thing. But I just want to end on this note to say, listen, everything's said, and I want to say this very strongly here. We are in Kenya, we're in an amazing place, we have market access, we have demand, we have everything that we need to do, right? It's not a lost cause. So do not think because of siyasa, because of protests, allow protests. In fact, I went to Arusha and I told them, we allow protests on the streets. It's not allowed in any other East African country. We allow that. So we are in a democratic country, which is amazing. And still we're able to dialogue. So I just think that SMEs, proud to be one and proud to have come through that route and seen how difficult it is. But really, it's our job now to say, let's simplify it for you and let's make that happen. I think Kepsa here helps in a big way to really get this done and move it. I think there's a lot more being done. However, one thing that I want to say is, you need to come together and have on common causes very articulate lobbying, very articulate issues being tackled, and I think the government will then listen to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Dr. Vimal Shah. I'm sure you all agree that he is truly passionate and genuinely an SME. You've spoken to the pain points. You have challenged government and every other stakeholder, and you have also inspired the SMEs. We have new lenses today that indeed there are opportunities and how we can leverage on them. Thank you so much. I don't want to recap what he said because of timekeeping. Ladies and gentlemen, this morning we are graciously hosted and convened by the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. We all know the key role that they are playing and the great and noble work that is done at Kepsa. Behind this amazing organization is a visionary that we would like to invite this morning to come to us and address us and take us through the journey of supporting SMEs, the progress, the milestones that have been made. So allow me to very, very warmly welcome our CEO, Caro Karaoke. Karibu sana. Welcome.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Are we charged? And especially after listening to a former SME? Yeah? Of course, if you've walked the journey, you'd be more excited. And I'm sure 30 to 35 years from now, we'll be hearing more speeches like those ones of charged SMEs that are sitting in this room. But let me first recognize our chief guest, Honorable Wycliffe Oparanya, the CS of the Ministry of Cooperatives and SMEs and Development. And good to start working with you again. The last time we worked together was actually when you were governor. But before that, when you were the Minister of Planning during the coalition government. And so you know what it takes to plan. And so this is a sector that has always had challenges in planning. And so you know you'll bring the order that is needed in the planning. But for me this morning, my excitement is actually to see all of you, to walk through the exhibitions and see those innovations. And for me, I just feel we are at that point where we are like a flight, ready for takeoff, and we must take off. And if not us, then who? So we must be the ones who do this. And so mine, I'll really go very fast because of time. We'll leave the information because it's good for you to see the journey we have walked, but also what is available for you. We've heard from Safaricom, we've heard from MSEA, the things that they're doing with SMEs, but there's also, we've heard from an SME that has walked that journey with less than what we have today, you as SMEs. But also, we also have walked the journey as Kepsa, and 70% of our membership is actually SMEs. Many times you see a few people like Vimal standing up there, but you don't know behind them is a whole 70% of our membership. We have over a reach of over 1 million, actually about 2 million members, but 70% is SMEs, and that gives us a passion of why we must do this work. And one of the challenges we've heard, which I know the minister will be addressing, is information. SMEs just don't know where to find information. And this is a big challenge. And I'm inviting all of us, even Safaricom and others, on how we can partner to get that information. But not just information. I think one of the things, for me, the delight, and maybe a week ago, I was in Rwanda. And many times you go to Kigali, you see the cleanliness, you see the order, and you think, maybe just Kigali. Then you travel the rest of Rwanda and see the same. And for me, I cannot wait for a day. And I realize our challenge is not that because we don't want to be organized, we don't want to be clean, but it's the spaces we need for working. We need to be able to create those places where we can have our SMEs be able to do their work, to have the markets, to have industrial parks that are just for SMEs, because with all these facilities that we're talking about, but also so that people who are supporting SMEs, who are seated here today, and others who are not in this room, and ourselves can find you. When people are trading on the streets, on the roadsides, on the highway, it's hard. How do we support that person? You don't know if you're going to find them there tomorrow. They're not registered. And so for me, the challenge to the government through the CS is that can we organize our SMEs from Mama Mboga to everyone else seated in this room so that they have proper working spaces so that first we can clean our cities and our country, as we are the champions of environment. Our president is an Africa champion, and we have to demonstrate that. But secondly, so that you grow. I don't think today, Vimal, if you are operating on a roadside somewhere, you'd be 35 years where you are. It's because you had a space, however little, to operate from. And that's what I would like to see for all our SMEs. I want to drive in this country, every small town, and find our SMEs in places they work and not on the roadside. But let me take you a little down memory lane, because sometimes when we tell you this is what we are doing, this is where we've come, maybe some of you ask, but what have you been doing? And we do two things at Kepsa, which were mentioned by earlier as we started this conversation. One is the policy side of things. And I'll mention some of those and that journey that we've come. But the other side is the programs, because once you've done the policies and you've done the legislations, then the next thing is to implement that work. And we do that through the programs. And so I'll go very briefly on some of the policies. Today you had MSEA speaking here today. And MSEA was created because we championed a bill which became an act called the Micro Small Enterprise Act 2012. A very hard job. And if I stop here for a minute, when we traveled around this country trying to put that act together, we came across not 1,900 SMEs, 1,900 SME associations. Made it impossible. If you move to the agriculture sector, you'd find like another 100. You move to trade, another 100, And it took us time to start putting that together, because as long as they are that fragmented, you cannot work, And so part of this bill, why we wanted it to come together, was to start organizing that. And that's what led to the authority and also the MSEF, which is the Micro and Small Enterprise Fund, because we said the biggest challenge for growth for SMEs was that. And we hope that journey we can continue to work together. But the second one that we did in 2012 was a business regulation bill. And this was to resolve conflict within the regulatory bodies established by the acts of parliament. Parliament will enact so many different acts, but sometimes they conflict with each other. And the whole idea of the business regulation bill is to really deal with that conflict. Then we did the review of the Limited Liability Partnership Act, which shifted the liability of a partnership firm in the event of insolvency from personal property. We've seen people being auctioned, not because of personal loans, but business, But how do we separate that so that at least your family can be left with dignity even as you lose the business? Because the business you can always start again. And this is the whole idea of the Liability Partnership Act. And then Companies Act 2015. By the time we were looking at this, our last Companies Act that we had been using had been in existence for 50 years, despite the growth that we had as a country. And so being able to register a company, including proposal of a one-person company registration. As an SME, it's so hard sometimes. Vimal had his father and his brother, but how many can start a company with their brother and their father? Very few in this room. So sometimes you can only start by yourself. And so the whole idea of this Companies Act was to enable us. And as I see many of you here today, I know you're doing solo businesses because there's a Companies Act. And then the other one was the Business Registration Service Act, a framework to give more effective and efficient administration of at least 11 laws that were regulating businesses. As I said, there are many laws that regulate businesses. And then the movable property security rights to establish an equilateral registry to ease credit access. And one of the others I could mention as I go through, and I will not go through all of them, is the establishment of credit guarantee scheme. And we played a pivotal role in the establishment of this. And this happened around COVID. So sometimes when there's a crisis, is the best time to do some of these things. And then establishment of the small claim courts, so that at least if you have a claim, a dispute over Kenya shillings 1 million, within 60 days, you can reduce the length and cost of addressing that issue, instead of going to the whole court process that you used to go, and you're an SME, and all you're dealing with is less than 1 million shillings. And then the establishment of the SME division in KRA, so that you don't have to go through the processes, because what hinders SMEs from registration is the processes of KRA. You cannot understand that long process, and we said we have to have a division for SME. So none of you seated today cannot be registered in SME, in KRA. And when you're registered, sometimes you think it's just paying tax. But when you're registered, you have more benefits than just paying the tax, because every person who you need to work with, you can access. And there are many others, and I will not go through all of them. But also, what have we been doing to also look at what are the challenges facing SMEs? And we created what we call the first SME policy index that looked at about 5 areas, which is the areas that we've been looking at in terms of our programs. And some of our previous programs, without going into the details of them, is the SME Accelerator Program. If you'd like to learn more about that, you can look at our website. The E-Commerce Booster Program, that again, we did a lot during the COVID time, and we did about with 2,600 SMEs. And the idea is to say, as I looked at your products today, you're all export ready. But many of you and many of us cannot take a flight and go to, let me pick a country. Which country? China, Turkey. You know, it's expensive, but you can trade with China. You can trade with Turkey through the e-commerce platforms. And those are the platforms we would like to work with you more, so that you can do your business and trade. Or sometimes you could travel, but you're young. You have a young family. Are you going to leave your children for 3 days? No. But you can still do business while you're seated at home. We also do we did coaching of access to finance, because many, as Vimal was sharing about the whole finance area, it's hard. But you want to know the ropes and to understand that. And then supporting digital transition, I think Safaricom touched that, but we've been running a program called Ajira Digital Project, and that is to really give access to digital and digitally enabled jobs. And we've seen about 80,000, over 80,000, and over 1,003 young people linked to work and job opportunities in the last 2 years. And this is a continuous program, so that as you do your business, you can be part of these programs and all that. And the CS will remember the Kenya Youth Empowerment Project that we did 2011 to 2016. And this gave us about 80% success rate with young people. And we did Nairobi, Kisumu, and Mombasa, and trained about 13,000 internships with 20,000 youth on life skills and entrepreneurship skills. And then COVID recovery and program. During COVID, we also supported about 10,000 SMEs, enterprises, to be able to access funding, working a lot with MasterCard Foundation. So within that, what are we still doing in terms of the 5 areas? And what are those 5 areas in the SME index? It's the areas you know. Funding linkages, market access. We've talked about the markets. You had again Vima talking about the markets that are available to us. Capacity building. We all need capacity building, whether you're an SME, whether you're a big company, at different levels, you need different capacity building. Innovation and incubation. We've seen a lot of innovation right there, but where can we incubate those innovations? And then policy and thought leadership, because the policies keep changing. We need new policies as the world changes, and so we have to keep looking. And so those are the 5 areas that we are looking at. And one of the programs that we're running that you see here today is Gino, a growth program with MasterCard Foundation and 6 other partners. And this is basically, the program provides funding between 5,000 shillings to 14 million, payable between 2 months and 24 months, with one of the most competitive rates. Vimalo, did you talk about the rate? What rate did you say earlier? There's a fight here between Safaricom and the loans, but this is 10% per annum. So if you're seated here and your challenge is finance and you fall within that bracket, 5,000 to 14 million, then you can access this. And this will help you grow. Then the SME Financing Gateway, which we will be proudly launching today on our ongoing efforts on SMEs. And we've partnered with International Trade Center, ITC, who've been a great partner to us over the years to support SMEs with funding. And the portal allows SMEs to access information on various forms of financing available from financial services providers, both commercial and non-commercial, as well as receive business development services. So far, we have 1,000 enterprises, over 140 businesses, developed service providers, and over 90 financial institutions who've registered in the platform. This will be launched today, CS, and we'll be having you launch that so that our SMEs can access that financing. And then market linkages. We've talked about the markets, the EAC, the AGOA, the ACFTA, and so many others. And so really, to date, 170 entrepreneurs have enrolled to this program, including 46 young women and 30 young men, representing value chains such as fashion, handicrafts, branded agri-products, and many more. And this year, we have linked over 130 enterprises with different market opportunities. So if you are export ready, this is the program for you. So look at all the information, and please join this program and start exporting. Then capacity building. As I said, we all need capacity building at different levels. And so this is an area that we are equipping SMEs with their essential skills and resources. And we aim to prepare you who are here today and others not in the room for sustainable growth. We have so far seen 2,500 SMEs go through our various technical assistance program, and we intend to scale this to 50,000 in 2 years. So if you need any capacity building in any area and you're in this room today, or you know your friends who are out there, please introduce them to this one. SME innovation, I talked about innovation and how we really have to take care, like that seedling, and help it grow. That innovation has to be cared for. And so we are excited again today. We'll be launching another innovation, and this is our annual SME Innovation Excellency Awards. And this will be to celebrate SMEs that have introduced exceptional innovations in their products, services, or operational processes, resulting in improved efficiency and service delivery, and with the goal of enhancing Kenya Global Innovation Index, GII ranking. So that's, again, we'll be doing that. And then finally, on thought leadership, again, we'll continue to research, to look at ways of how we make it easier for our SMEs. As we said, older SMEs didn't have those facilities. They had to look for that information, but we're doing it for you. So please look at all the information we send out and the research that we do so that you have the details that you need on that. And so as I conclude, for me, the excitement is to look at all of you today here, from our sponsors and to all those who are offering services to SMEs, and say we must remain consistent. We must always continue to work closely and ensure that we continue to work this journey. And so my remarks, I'll end there just in time, because of time. There was a lot more I could have shared on some of the things that we're doing and some of the things that we'll continue to do, but we will post that in our website. And if you have any problem accessing our website, I would like somebody called Harrison Gatia to stand. Harrison is our chief officer who is in charge of our SMEs. So please get to know him, get to link with him, and ensure that any of those areas that we've talked about, the 5 areas of policy index that we are implementing and the programs that you're part of that. So thank you, Harrison, and all the work you've done and the whole team. But now it's my distinguished pleasure to introduce our CS and to ask him to come and speak to us this morning. I know he has a busy day, but I can't thank you enough that your first stop of your work as you start office is this event and reminding yourself back working with the private sector. And Kepsa will remain a good partner to the ministry as we've always done. So karibu sana and asante for joining us this morning.
Morning, everybody. Morning. Yeah, so. nasikia sauti ya Wakenya. Rose Mwaura came to my office when I had just come in. As you have been told, I've been in the office just last week from Wednesday and this week. So she came to my office last week on Thursday when I had just come in. And then she told me that I should come here to be a guest speaker, officially open this conference. Then I asked her, there's this man who used to be chair of Kepsa, and I could not remember the name. Yeah? Nikasema, huyo mtu wa mafuta. She could not get it. So I said, it's okay, it's okay. So I come here and I meet Dr. Shah. Because when I was Minister for Planning, 2008 up to 2013, we used to have a round table meeting chaired by the then Prime Minister, Raila Amolo Odinga, that time. And he used to be part of that roundtable conference. We used to have it monthly, and he could come up with the ideas. As a planning minister, I used now to capture them, slowly. When I go to the cabinet, I tell them, this is my idea. Kumba, I've got it from him. It is interesting that I have met him, and it is through him that we came out to this SMS authority. I was asking the representative here, who represented the CEO, where is the CEO? Then he told me the CEO has been called to State House. This is what I'm going to stop, this issue of people going to State House. What is the CEO going to do at the State House? Instead of coming to a very serious gathering like this one. So hiyo ndio mimi sasa nitasema hiyo mimi sitaki kusiki, kwa sababu mimi ndio cabinet secretary wa kwenda State House. Iko mtu ingine tena? I have also decided that from next month, I will have also SMEs roundtable. And it will happen every month until I leave that office. I'll talk to Shah here, Dr. Shah, plus Karaoke, the CEO of Kepsa, which people should be attending those conference, the roundtable conference, so that we are able to come up with ideas that can help you people, isn't it? I hear taxes are everywhere. But I think taxes now we are sensitive after what happened. That happening also helped me to be appointed. Sindio? This Karaoke, the CEO of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Kepsa, a representative of government institutions who are here and the private sector, civil society, and academia, business community members, representative of development partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to join you here today as you launch the inaugural annual SME conference, awards and exhibitions, tagged Unlocking SME, Financing and Scaling Up Innovation for Accelerated Growth. I am informed that this event will also provide a platform to celebrate and recognize outstanding innovations by SMEs and the enabler who have contributed to their success. I am also pleased to be part of this gathering that will launch the SME Gateway, a digital platform aimed at bridging the gap between SME, financial institutions, and business development service providers. I wish to take this early opportunity to commend the leadership of Kepsa for organizing such a significant forum that has brought together all the players and stakeholders in the country's SME sector, including representatives of government institutions, private sector, civil society, and academia. Your presence here today underscores the importance of your roles in the growth and development of the nation's SME sector. It is a testament to your commitment to supporting the aspiration of our SMEs and fostering a vibrant business ecosystem. I am pleased to note that over the years, Kepsa has remained committed and always at the forefront in improving the overall business climate, supporting SMEs growth, and promoting Kenya's economic development agenda. I am particularly impressed by your efforts in advocating for policies that support the growth and competitiveness of SMEs. Your initiatives have created a conducive environment for business to thrive and contribute to our nation's development. Ladies and gentlemen, micro, small, and medium enterprises are the backbone of our economy, contributing significantly to employment generation, innovation, and GDP growth. The sector plays a catalyst role in driving inclusive and sustainable economic development in Kenya, while creating positive social change. SMEs are the largest employers in Kenya, providing jobs to over 80% of the working population. As we are all aware, SMEs, particularly in the manufacturing sector, has the potential to generate significant employment opportunities, especially for the youth population in Kenya. SME sector is labor intensive and can significantly contribute to reducing unemployment and underemployment, thus addressing socioeconomic challenge. The SME sector provides an innovation hub, often developing new products, services, and business models that drive economic growth. The sector fosters entrepreneurship, which is essential for a dynamic and competitive economy. Ladies and gentlemen, SMEs in Kenya have heavily invested in innovation, which is a strategic imperative for our nation's long-term prosperity. This not only contributes to technological advancement, but also fosters the development of specialized skills within the workforce. By investing in innovation, we are laying the foundation for a knowledge-based economy that can compete on the global stage. Despite the SME sector receiving policy attention since independence, the sector continues to grapple with challenges revolving around access to credit, infrastructure, access to markets due to market barriers, low adoption of technology, and innovation, among others. The government, at both national and county levels, has put in place measures through a multifaceted approach to support growth of the sector. I am happy to inform you that the government, through my ministry and other public sector agencies, are undertaking several policy interventions to address the challenges affecting the sector. The renewal policy intervention will provide the sector with capacity to create sustainable, decent jobs and ensure equitable distribution of wealth among the population. The policy interventions will be implemented through the government's bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which has prioritized SME economy among the 5 sectors that form the core pillars of Kenya Kwanza administration. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Kenya has undertaken various initiatives to unlock the full potential of SMEs to help them overcome the challenges stifling the sector. Specific intervention towards access to quality and affordable credit include the Financial Inclusive Fund, the Hustler Fund, that will continue to provide innovative financial services and products that are affordable and accessible to SMEs as well as to the unserved and underserved persons. The fund will launch other products beyond personal loan products to facilitate access to credit to both micro and small entrepreneurs. So far, the Hustler Fund has disbursed 56 billion to 24 million Kenyans. Over 2 million Hustler Fund beneficiaries have demonstrated good borrowing behavior, and we are in the process of graduating them to the mainstream financing sector through the SME loan product that we are launching in conjunction with commercial banks. We are also finalizing the development of National Hustler Fund Credit Score to be launched soon. The Hustler Fund Credit Score will change the collateral system in our economy and open up and unlock access to credit by the population at bottom of the economic pyramid who don't have the means of production to enable them access conventional collateral like land and logbooks. Number 2, the Credit Guarantee Scheme, CGS, is another initiative whose objective is to facilitate access to quality and affordable credit as well as foster development of the financial services sector. The CGS, which is being implemented in partnership with selected participating financial institutions and banks, has so far unlocked Kenya shillings 6.18 billion to SMEs, with 71% of the guarantees facilities extended to new borrowers. This success notwithstanding, the CHS has faced a number of challenges, notably the lack of clear institutional structures that are aligned to the global best practices in running of public credit guarantee scheme. To address this and enhance the scheme's effectiveness, the government has developed a credit guarantee policy that will address market failures in the financial sector to facilitate a conducive business environment that ensures financial institutions are incentivized to provide credit to sectors that are perceived risky. The policy seeks to address market failures in the financial sector and to bridge the financing gap by providing credit to sectors that are perceived risky. The policy will also provide a regulatory framework for the establishment of the Kenya Credit Guarantee Company, that will allow for crowding in of private sector funds and support them from key development partners and provide for financial sustainability. Number 3, towards supporting startups in Kenya, the government has developed a startup bill, which is before the National Assembly. This will enhance the already robust, innovative environment within the SME sector. In recent years, Kenya's startup landscape has experienced both notable successes and setbacks. Approximately 70% of the ventures faced closure within the first 3 years of operation, a statistic that underscores the dual reality of triumph and failures. Startup failures often result from a complex interplay of factors, including poor market fit, inadequate planning, intense competition, and mismanagement, collectively contributed to the downfall of ventures that initially showed promise. If a startup fails to adapt to changing market dynamics or faces increased competition without innovation, they risk rejection by consumers, leading to declining revenue. The bill, once enacted, will create a favorable environment for innovators, attract talent and capital to Kenya by offering appropriate incentives. It will set up standards and guidelines for startups and incubators companies, as well as promote the devolution of startups to counties to expand the opportunities to all talented youth across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, as the new Cabinet Secretary in charge of SME sector, I wish to reiterate my ministry's unwavering commitment to fostering the growth and development of our nation's SMEs. We will work closely with Kepsa and other relevant stakeholders to enable to create a conducive environment that supports SME innovation, entrepreneurship, and competitiveness. Of particular interest to me today is the opportunity to forge a strong working relationship with Kepsa in the utilization of the SME's financing gateway. This innovative platform aims to address the unique challenges faced by SMEs in accessing financing, and I believe it has the potential to significantly complement the government effort in supporting the growth and development of the sector. By leveraging the power of technology and collaboration, we can create a more inclusive and equitable financial ecosystem for our SMEs. Lastly, I wish to request Kepsa to identify key challenges and opportunities that my ministry can address to support growth and development of the sector. By working together, we can create a more conducive environment for the sector to thrive and contribute to our nation's economic prosperity. I've also been learning what I'm reading because I have told you. I have just been in the office for a week, but I can now talk. Sendio. Now, the problem has been credit, isn't it? Credit, market access, hiyo ndio shida. Sio ndio wanasema ndio shida. And that's why we established this particular authority, and I hope the SMEs authority, the officer is here, will be on the forefront to promote you. They have been there since 2012. Some of you, maybe you are hearing of them today, isn't it? But they have been there. So we shall work closely, especially with Kepsa, to make sure that you have access to finances. The Kenyan government has come up with initiatives like Weso Fund, which is distributed to constituencies, is constituency-based. If you go to your own constituency, if you stay in Nairobi here, there are also constituencies here. Weso Fund, which is under my ministry. There is the Youth Fund, under the Ministry of Youth. There is also the Women Fund, which is under the Ministry of Gender. We are thinking of putting these funds together. And also, we have the Hustler Fund. Now, this Hustler Fund was very innovative, digital. But the problem we have had with the Hustler Fund is that first round, 21,000 people borrowed money. Out of 21,000 people, 21 million people, not 21,000, 21 million people borrowed money. Out of that, 19 million disappeared with the money. 2 million, these are the ones now who are borrowing regularly. And soon we shall also be awarding those who are good borrowers. There's one already who is now borrowing up to 2 million and doing very good business. But this is public money, which should be borrowed and repaid so that other people benefit from it. So for those 19 million, I'm coming for you. To make sure that you pay so that others can benefit. Even yourself, you can benefit. Because if you borrow and you don't pay, then you cannot borrow again. The system does not allow you to borrow again. So I want you to borrow again and again so that you are able to develop yourselves. Yeah? So we are coming up with a system that will now track you to know that where you are, you will see someone knocking. Can you pay the Hustler Fund back for the benefit of others? I think it's important, as the government tries its speed, you must also do the same. Make sure that when you borrow, we must create a conducive environment for you to do your business. Because it is you people who can create wealth, who can create employment in this country. Among the 20 million working population, SMEs employ 15 million. The government can only afford to employ only 1 million. About 4 million Kenyans have no employment. So we must create this employment. And this opportunity is only in the private sector. And that's why we are doing what we can as a government to make sure that the business environment is conducive. We have talked about licenses. We have to cooperate with the county governments, because the county governments are mostly the ones who license you people. So we must work together so that there is an out. And I remember when I was a governor, we established the Lake Regional Economic Bloc in the western part, which put together all counties that were then in the former Western Province and Nyanda Province. We picked Kericho from Rift Valley, Nandi from Rift Valley, and Trans Nzoia. That was part of the Kaprondo then. So we came together as Lake Region Economic Bloc. Unfortunately, we could not move because the government could not recognize these Lake regional groups. In fact, we had regional economic blocks, 6 of them formed all over. But we have never succeeded. And within that region, and I was chairman for 5 years, within that region we had allowed people, if you have a license from Kakamega, then you are free to move within the 14 counties without paying any other fees. For example, if you are a matatu, you fly between Kitale up to Migori. So when you pay your license in Kitale, you are free to go up to Migori without paying any other fees. And that really helped the business environment in the Lake Regional Economic Bloc. And that's what we are going to encourage others to do, so that you people, you are able to create wealth and you are able to offer employment to many Kenyans that are there. And also form cooperatives. Cooperatives are also critical in mobilization of resources. You come together, whether you are doing table banking, it is being recognized, we are coming up with the regulation for that, or you form a cooperative where you contribute every month. Those are also funds that can be available to you to do your own business. Easy access funds. Banks have their own problems. Now banks are charging 21%. Which business will you be doing, especially if you are doing small business, that you are able to pay 18 to 25% per annum in interest rates? You will not survive, especially when it is a startup. So I wish you all success, and I hope, as I have said, we will be meeting once again. And now, with those few remarks, I want to declare this conference officially open.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate our chief guest and kindly request that he remains on the stage. We have come to a very exciting and important part of the event, to witness the launch of the first ever MSME financing gateway. And ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me that we are truly honored to have our chief guest, our cabinet secretary, present with us, and he's highlighted to us some of the current ongoing and planned initiatives, policy initiatives and mechanisms to address the same issues. So without further ado, we are now set for the launch. And to get us to this session, there is a short video that we are going to witness, to view for just 1 or 2 minutes as we get our guests ready and partners that have been involved in the initiative of the MSME financing gateway. So I'm going to ask the media team to kindly put the video on as we get all our speakers ready, our guest speakers this morning ready, our chief guest, ITC, because this platform is powered by ITC. So we are going to have all those partners. I'll be naming them. As we watch the video, they will come to the stage, and we shall be launching the first ever MSME financing gateway. Media team, please.
The MSME Financing Gateway is a free-to-use, multilingual, and impartial directory of sources of financing options and business development services that MSME enterprises can filter and match to their needs. In addition, the platform provides news and events as well as numerous key resources. The MSME Financing Gateway is a free-to-use, multilingual, and impartial directory of sources of financing options and business development services that MSME enterprises can filter and match to their needs. In addition, the platform provides news and events as well as numerous key resources geared towards supporting MSME entrepreneurs. These include hyperlinks to national and regional sources of business information, the ITC SME Trade Academy, a reference financing decision tree, ITC SME Access to Financing, and SME Trade Financing Guides. Customized versions of the MSME Gateway exist for 5 East African countries, that is, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and Burundi. The platform is responsive and can be accessed through mobile devices, tablets, and PCs. We welcome you to register and create a business profile through which you can access the financing instruments and BDSP services that match your business size and always stay posted whenever new resources are launched.
Let's appreciate. Okay, so I will now kindly invite our chief guest to come to the stage to officiate the launch, joined by the CEO of Kepsa, our guest speakers this morning, so Dr. Vimal Shah, the representative from the MSEA, Safaricom, Cynthia. We also graciously want to invite Ms. Mombi Maina from ITC. We also have the platform visionary, Ian Sayers. Is he around? Okay, he had to leave. Okay, then we've got the developer of the platform, Farwell, and our CEO, Kepsa COO, kindly. So we'll ask you to kindly stand as we run the countdown of the launch. This is a very, very special moment for us to witness the launch of the first ever SME financing gateway. As we know, it will be addressing the gaps, the information gaps. We are coming in to bridge the information gap between entrepreneurs, financing, and business development providers. So ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? Are we ready? Shall we count now? Ladies and gentlemen, get ready. So let's do the countdown. 9 together. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And 1. Yes. Congratulations to the team, to Kepsa and the partners. And we shall ask the CS to declare the platform launched. Let's continue applauding them. Yes, it's a new dawn for SMEs. We celebrate this launch, and we are welcome to register onto the platform. We'll just request the CS again for 1 minute to just make the declaration. welcome to the stage and declare.
I thought I had declared. I declare the platform officially launched.
Thank you. Appreciate. All right, thank you very, very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll request you to be just a little patient. We have a very, very packed program. Our guests, you can kindly take a seat. Would like to progress to the awards ceremony to allow our CS to present just 12:50. So ladies and gentlemen, as earlier briefed, this conference also launches the awards, the SME Excellence Awards, and we would like to recognize one organization. So we will be awarding two categories of awards, the SME Enabler and Innovation Excellence Awards. So to start us off, we would like to recognize the organization that is the overall SME Enabler Award winner. And to grace and present this award, we have our CS ready on the stage. So I would like to announce, are we ready for the winner? Are you ready? Okay, so I would like to announce the winner, the overall SME Enabler Award winner, and this award goes to the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. Let's appreciate them and invite the representative to come and receive the award. The Kenya Climate Innovation Center, KCIC. Are you here? All right, let's bring them to the stage. Appreciate them. Congratulations. You can pose for a photo as we thank you very much, Kenya Climate Innovation Center, for the overall win. Let's appreciate them again. Okay, and pose for the photo. Oh, yes. So thank you very much, our CS. Thank you very much. Okay, as he's ushered out. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we have witnessed the launch of the MSME financing platform, and we are all encouraged to register. So I'm going to invite you to go online. Please go online, type MSME Financing Gateway. At the top right, there are options. You can register either as a user or as an MSME or organization. So this platform allows us to connect seamlessly to the various financial service providers, to the products, and to the business development service providers. It is free, it is seamless, and it resolves that issue of where is what happening. We've had so many speeches, we've had so many initiatives, and sometimes we wonder, where is this information? Where? How can we connect? So the platform allows us to seamlessly receive information and connect to who is doing what. Let's take advantage of that, and let's move with speed, because the platform is ready. Are you excited? Let's appreciate Kepsa and the partners, and particularly ICT, the International Trade Center, for being the lead partners in this initiative, the developers, and even the visionary. So we really, really want to appreciate each one of you. All right. So we've come to the main highlight of this event. And I know that we have already awarded one organization, one company, and that was for purposes of the CS who is having to leave. We have got a lot more organizations that have participated in the awards ceremony, or rather they participated in the process. And this afternoon, or this morning, is it morning? Yes, this morning, this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, we will now witness and recognize those organizations, the SME enablers, the particular SMEs, and we have very, very exciting companies to showcase because of innovation, because of excellence in business practices. So I will be coming to the stage supported by the Kepsa team that are facilitating these awards. I'll invite you to just relax. I hope you are logging onto the platform, and once you're in there, do let us know and give us the feedback. All right? And as we move on, let's keep the conversations going. Remember, it is the Kepsa annual SME Conference, Awards, and Exhibition. So let's move forward. Let's get ready to recognize these organizations. So as we mentioned, today we are awarding 2 categories of winners. So I would like to start with the second runners-up for the SME Enabler and Innovation Excellence Awards. And to present these awards, I'm going to invite our COO to come to the stage. And Harrison Ngatia, the Chief SME and Enterprise Officer. So we are getting ready to announce the second runners-up for the SME Enabler Award. So this award goes to one organization that turned out second. We've already awarded the first, so the second is presented to We Do Africa GIZ. Let's appreciate them. Let's acknowledge them. Where is the representative? Please come and receive the award and take a photo. Congratulations. Let's appreciate them better and better and better. Thank you very much. Okay.
You should celebrate with us, please.
Let's celebrate with them. All right. I would like to announce the first runners-up for the overall SME Enabler Award. And the first runners-up is the Nation Media Group. A round of applause for NMG. Let's appreciate them. Thank you very much, Nation Media Group. Come marching. Let's give them a better clap. Congratulations. Pose for the photo, Nation Media Group. Amazing work. Thank you for being enablers. Good job, Nation Media team. Thank you very much. All right. So as they take their seat, the next award is the Inclusion and Diversity Enabler Awards. I will be announcing the second runners-up. Are you ready? Okay. And the second runners-up for the Inclusion and Diversity Enabler Award goes to Baye Africa. Let's appreciate them. Congratulations to the second runners-up. This is presented to the Buy Africa as they come to the stage. Let's continue to clap for them. Let's applaud them. Congratulations as they pose. Amazing. Good job. Fantastic. Now, let's announce the first runners-up. First runners-up Inclusion and Diversity Enabler Award is presented to Green Pavers. A round of applause for Green Pavers. Let's invite the representative to come to the stage and receive your award. Green Pavers. Congratulations. Thank you very much for championing inclusion and diversity. First runners-up. Congratulations. Thank you. Let's appreciate them. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the Inclusion and Diversity Enabler Award goes to Light of the World. Let's appreciate them. Congratulations, Light of the World. Let's bring on the team to receive the award. Light of the World, winner of the Inclusion and Diversity Enabler Award. This is amazing. Thank you very much. Good job, team. Congratulations as they pose for the photo. Light of the World. Good job, team. Congratulations. Oh, yes. Let's give them a better clap. Fantastic. So we have done a roundup of the first round of awards. All right. So the second category of awards are the Business Innovation Awards. And we want to recognize these organizations in a special way. And I would like to invite our Safaricom partner, Cynthia, to come to the stage because they are the champions of innovation. And how can we recognize these organizations without them? Thank you. Thank you, Madam. So we shall use the same order. So the first award goes to the second runners-up of the overall Business Innovation Award. And this award, are we ready? Is presented to Eco Bio Fertilizer. Let's appreciate them. Eco Bio Fertilizer, please come to the stage. Let's appreciate them as they come to the stage. Second runners-up, Eco Bio Fertilizer. Congratulations. And good job. And there is a check that goes for innovation. This is amazing. Good job, team, on innovation. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. I will now announce the first runners-up of the overall Business Innovation Awards. And ladies and gentlemen, the first runners-up award is presented to Mazao Fertilizers. Appreciate Mazao. Please come running to the stage. Congratulations to Mazao. First runners-up. Good job. So there is the award, and there is a presentation, a check presentation, a cash award. Amazing, good job. Let's appreciate them again. Congratulations, Mazao. Amazing. Thank you very much, and keep on innovating, keep on championing innovation. This is very, very inspiring. Okay, so we are moving on and we are getting ready to recognize the overall Business Innovation Award. I'm sure you're wondering, who is the winner of the overall Business Innovation Award? So, ladies and gentlemen, the winner goes to Safi Organics. Let's appreciate Safi Organics. Congratulations, the winner of the Business Innovation Award, the overall winner. Congratulations. Take a photo. Let's appreciate them better, ladies. We need more energy. The winner of the overall Business Innovation Award, Safi Organics. Congratulations, and keep doing a great job. Keep inspiring us. Amazing. Yes, congratulations. On this category, we also have the Youth-Led Business Innovation Awards. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to present the second runners-up of the Youth-Led Business Innovation Award, which goes to FINDA, F-I-N-D-A. Congratulations to the second runners-up. Let them come to the stage. Congratulations, second runners-up. Let's give them some energy. This is not a mean achievement. Congratulations. Receive the plaque and the check. That goes to FINDA. Keep doing a good job. We want to see more and more youth-led organizations. Thank you for being the beacon of light. Congratulations. Let's appreciate them. Now, the first runners-up goes to a youth-led organization. So this is the Youth-Led Business Innovation Award, and the first runners-up goes to Kawili Group, Kenya. Let's appreciate them. Are you there? Kawili. First runners-up, Youth-Led Business Innovation Award. Let's celebrate them. Let us appreciate them. Congratulations, Kawili Group Kenya Limited, for being the first runners-up on these inaugural awards. Good job. Thank you very much. We are now ready to present the winner. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? The winner of the Youth-Led Business Innovation Award goes to Timao Group. Timao. Let's appreciate Timao. Please come to the stage. This is the winner. Let's keep the clapping going on. Amazing winner. Youth-Led Business Innovation Award. What an inspiration. What a recognition. Congratulations, Timao Group. Let's clap for them. We appreciate you, Keynote Group, on your achievements. We recognize the efforts that you All right, we are now on the final leg of awards, and to present this award, I would like to invite Ms. Moni Minor of the ITC, our partners, our lead partners, Ms. Moni and our strategic partners, to come and present this award. And this award goes to the women-led businesses. This is the Women-Led Business Innovation Award. So kindly join. Okay. So the Women-Led Business Innovation Awards. I will read out the second runners-up. This is presented to Alive and Kicking Kenya. Let's appreciate them.
Congratulations, alive and kicking, and truly they are alive and kicking. Please come running to the stage. Second runners-up, Women-Led Business Innovation Award. Congratulations as you receive your award, your plaque, and the check. This is wonderful. Congratulations, alive and kicking.
Flex Jobs is the
Celebrated
number.
this morning. And finally, almost finally, we would like to recognize the first runners-up for the Women-Led Business Innovation Award. And this award of the first runners-up is presented to Junkie Beans Company. Where are you? Junkie Beans Company, first runners-up. Congratulations. Junkie Beans Company, first runners-up. Women-Led Business Innovation Award. Well done team, well done group. Junkie Beans Company, let's appreciate them, let's celebrate them as they receive their plaque. And the cash award, pause for a photo moment. Good job team. Congratulations. Partner from DHL, the Managing Director, Mr. Paul, to please come to the stage and present this award. Let's appreciate him as he comes to the stage. Thank you very much for gracing this event. So this is the award of the Women-Led Business Innovation. And we are just about to announce the winner. So are we ready? Are we ready to appreciate them? Audio jungle. So ladies and gentlemen, the winner of the 2024 Women-Led Business Innovation Award goes to Wanderlust Dairies Limited. Let's appreciate them. Wanderlust Dairies Limited, congratulations. Congratulations and good job. Wanderlust Dairies Limited, overall winner. Wanderlust Dairies, let's appreciate them. Let's clap the winner. Congratulations to the overall winner as they receive the plaque. Congratulations, let's appreciate them. Good job, and we just want to now give one final applaud to all the award winners. The second runners-up, the first runners-up, and the overall winners. Let's give them a hearty congratulations. Yes, we would like to invite all the winners to come to the stage. Every organization holding an award, please come to the stage for one photo before we recognize the judges. All the winners, please come. Come to the stage. We Do Africa. All of them, and as they come to the stage, let's continue celebrating them. Ladies, some energy in the room. Oh, yes. The winners of the inaugural awards.
Thank you very much. So, to conclude this process, we would like to recognize a very, very important constituent of the awards. These awards were rigorous and they were facilitated by an expert team of judges. We reached out to individuals, players, business leaders, and they all responded very positively to support Kepsa in identifying and recognizing the winners through a criteria. So this moment, I would like to read out the names of the judges. I know some of them are here, some of them have left, but once I call out your name, please come to the stage because we would like to recognize every judge. So we have Anne Phoebe Njage from Maymall Enterprises. Let's appreciate Anne Phoebe. Please come to the stage. We have Brian Were, and Brian Were participated in judging twice. So we thank you, Brian Were from Learning Lions. Let's appreciate Brian. We have Brian Joe from the Nairobi Stock Exchange. Brian, thank you. Karibu sana to the stage. We have Caleb Kusiea. Please come to the stage. We have Dennis Maorwe from DPE. We have Dr. Moses Mwaneki from Youth Cafe. Let's appreciate them very much. We have got Ibrahim Hussein Omar from KPG. Welcome, Ibrahim, and thank you so much. We have Ishad Mutur from Leshengo. Ishad. We have Joanne Bestia from Tech Mindset Africa. Please come to the stage. Justus Odeo from KPMG. Thank you. Joseph Tawe, KPMG. Justus Odeo from KPMG. Ladies, let us appreciate them. And gentlemen, let's not tire. We have Mary Molili in absentia from UBA Bank. She was here. We have Michael Mwasia Mutua from BridgeNet. Let's appreciate Mothoni Mahinda from CloudPay. Rachel Ngomo from Biashara Africa. I know Rachel sent a representative, so let's have the representative from Biashara Africa. Let's have Sandra Njage from Isuzu East Africa. These are judges. Let's appreciate them. Simon Kamori from Venture Spring Consultants. Sophie Odupoy from Coco Networks. Appreciate Sophie. Stephanie Nguku from Upscale Consulting. Thank you. Titus Kuria from Fresh Life. And we have Dennis Okore from Sustainable Africa Innovators. Let's appreciate them. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the distinguished panel of judges that took their time to develop the criteria, the process, and just sharing their knowledge. So to award them, we are going to invite Rose Mwaura back to the stage. All right, apologies. We also have Judge Mary Mbugwa. Mary, where are you? Please come to the stage. Welcome. Let's appreciate Mary as we invite the Kepsa CEO to present their awards to them. This is fantastic. Thank you very, very much for taking your time and for bringing these awards to life. So, I'm Phoebe Njage, Brian Were, Judge Taylor, congratulations. Dennis, Maure in absentia. Is there a representative from CAL Mediation and Arbitration Center? Any representative?
It's been an honour for us to host you and train you here in the UK.
Ibrahim Hussein Omar from KPMG. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your Ibrahim Hussein Omar. The next one is Thank you very much, Joanne. Mary Mbogwa. Present the award to Mary.
You did the check, come on.
Dr. Moses Moneki. Dr. Moses Moneki. Michael Mutua from Modoni Mahila from Chelsea. They can pose for a photo moment with the awards as we appreciate them. Let's give them another round of applause and thank them very, very much for the support.
It's been an honour for us to host you and train you here in the UK.
Thank you very much for
The bond between us,
your support.
our United
And now,
Kingdom
ladies
and Ukraine
and gentlemen,
is strong.
We've
And I
come
hope
to
that it will
witness
go from strength
another
to
launch.
strength
As we said at the
for as
beginning,
long
that this
as
is
it
a
takes.
unique inaugural
As
conference
aviators, we
because it
share
is also
the same
witnessing
DNA,
the launch of a
the same
number of
fighting spirit.
initiatives. And one of them is that we will be launching
Nimejaribu mafuta na sabuni nyingi, hazikusaidia kurelieve eczema, dryness, or my baby's sensitive skin. Tangu nigundue the new Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals wash, ni soothing during bath time na haiwashi macho, ngozi imebadilika kabisa. Thanks to Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals Jelly and Cream. Jionee mwenyewe, the power of 3-in-1 Jelly and Cream moisturizes, protects, and repairs. Chagua Nice and Lovely Baby Naturals, approved
MSMEs that are finance ready, Kepsa is willing and ready to support them to access and unlock more and more markets for them through the support of partners like DHL. DHL, again being in private sector, enjoys global presence and they come in with readiness to support the MSMEs. So ladies and gentlemen, we are here to witness the signing of that MOU. I don't know whether you can see on my right where the media people and the photography team to kindly take the stage as we witness the signing. And for this, to lead us in this, we have the Chief Operations Officer, Rose Mwaora, and the DHL Managing Director, Mr. Paul Makolosi, who has graciously brought himself here to be able to sign the MOU. So ladies and gentlemen, let's witness the signing of the MOU and let's clap for them. Let's appreciate this partnership. We are saying more and more opportunities for MSMEs to export, more opportunities for markets globally, and we graciously want to thank DHL for being that able partner that is open to support MSME through that ecosystem support. So let's appreciate them as they sign the MOU. Thank you very much. So the signing of the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding between Kepsa and DHL. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you very much, DHL. And so I know we have sat for a very, very long time. And we have exhibitors present today. There is so much out there on the tables. We have offers, we have promotions, we have information, we have people. So I want to invite us to an opportunity to just have a quick look on who is exhibiting. There is a presentation and a slide showing us or displaying the organizations that are right there so that when we get out, we know where we are going. And we are graciously supported by so many organizations that have come out to display SME innovations. We have solutions from circles. We have products. The exhibition is an opportunity for you as a business person and for me to connect with what is available. So we've got products, a range of products, we've got services, we've got solutions, and I had an opportunity of taking a glance. We even have products that are on offer on discount. So as we break for tea, it's going to be a very, very short break. We are invited to go and see what is there and network, and kindly just take your tea and come back to the room, because we will be having our short break after our lunch break after our next session. Is that okay? Okay, so can we rise? Are you ready to meet someone? The break is an opportunity to meet somebody new, buy a product, see what is available. We'll have a quiz when we come back. And I want us to come back to the room after exactly 15 minutes. So we are taking our break at 22. Let's come back right at the hour. Okay? And let's network as we have our tea. The tea is served outside. Meet somebody, let's mingle, let's collaborate, and let's get the collaboration sparking up. Thank you very much.
Kepsa invites you to sign up for the supply of goods and services pre-qualification. Ever wanted to do business with Kepsa? Now's your chance. Register for pre-qualification today. Here's how. Visit the procurement introduction page at Kepsa. Click on Fill Pre-Qualification Form. Access the form at Kepsa. Fill in the details and upload the required documents. You can save your progress and continue later. Pay via M-Pesa. Get verified. Receive an acceptance email and supplier certificate. Start receiving business opportunities with Kepsa today.
Traveling renews my energy. I come back fulfilled. I come back having learnt a thing or two.
Different status of rockless.
It's like chalk. I started just jotting down my experiences. That's where my love for travel started. I founded this group on Facebook called Wanderlust Diaries. The group brings together travelers and we support them through the various spaces of travel, right from planning all the way to execution and coming back to share. People started now bringing in their photos, people started sharing how they were feeling. The group offered that opportunity for people to just share and to bring that social camaraderie around travel. The mission is to have a community that promotes sustainable travel and tourism.
When people actually want to be useful to other travelers, it's kind of a good way of building sort of like your profile and credibility.
This means respecting cultures.
That friction will make fire.
Okay. We break down conversations around environment.
The parasitic.
Yes. We talk about respect of other travelers. But there's also the aspect of diaspora Kenyans. I think there's been a connection to their homeland. Many of them have realized that they're now proud to own the country. People have learned to own their spaces, have learned to discover spaces around them, and have learned to share this with the world. It's brought people together through travel as the center. Our mantra is enjoy the journey. I would want to encourage everyone to join the movement of traveling. I think you become a different person once you start traveling.
Give me a lot of In an effort to support the growth of small and medium enterprises, SMEs, Kepsa, in collaboration with Isuzu East Africa, organized a half-day private sector exchange learning session. This event took place at the Isuzu East Africa headquarters on Mombasa Road as part of the Jinwe Growth Program, JGP. Let's take a closer look.
I want you to believe that this partner is very, very important for the success of our organization.
Benchmarking tours are a powerful tool for organizations looking to enhance their processes, products, or services.
My name is Joanna Ching, the founder of Kaunde Designs. Kaunde meaning crafted. At Kaunde Designs, we exist to create stylish and trendy apparels to suit the bold and trendy wear experience. Being part of the Jinwe program, I learned the program through Kepsa, and through Kepsa, I've been able to access cheap loans, and these loans has enabled me to grow my business and to also empower my team members. Today is my first time to come to Isuzu. I've been admiring the vehicles through the highway ever since, and being able to be part of this tour has enabled me to interact with the CEO and the director, who has been able to share more insights about running this big industry.
They offer a chance to discover best practices, pinpoint areas for improvement, ignite fresh ideas, and foster innovation.
Entrepreneurship is a lonely journey, and you need people to walk with you through the journey. So when you join Kepsa, when you join Jinwe, it brings you together with fellow SMEs, and you're being able to learn and get exposure through other big industries and big players in the ecosystem.
My name is Beverly Longet. I run a supermarket business that is based in Eldoret, Wasingishu.
And last but certainly not least is Mr. Geoffrey Ganda, who is the lead for MSMEs at Stanbic Bank. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's certainly a privilege to be able to facilitate this conversation when we are delving into the conversation of access to finance. We heard in the morning from the previous speakers that there are different ways of accessing finance, but more importantly, you do need to have a vision and a way forward with regards to where you're going, and the panelists before you will then be helping you to appreciate how you can finance the direction that you're going to. I hope you can engage with us. We want to hear your comments. We want to hear your feedback. We want to hear your questions. We'll have 30 minutes of a deliberation, and then we will come to you and take your questions, and I hope you'll be ready for that. And if we think we're making a point, give us a thumbs up, give us an applause. If we think you're not making a point, msianguke na sisi, sawa? Tuko pamoja, hakuna kuanguka nayo. Leo tunapanda na Kepsa SME Financing CEO. Thank you so much. I'll ask my panelists, there is a mic. I don't know if everybody has a mic. Just checking. Is there one at the end? Okay, and then there's one to share. All right, you can share. So I'll ask very briefly, we can start off with who you are, what you do, and what does your firm do when it comes to SMEs and unlocking financing. I'll start with the very end. Mr. Ganda, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Geoffrey Ganda. I work for Stanbic Bank Kenya. I've been in the financial industry for the last 17 years and been in Stanbic for 12 years. So Stanbic is a Kenyan bank which has been in existence for more than 170 years. And in Stanbic, we say Kenya is our home. We drive our growth. So when I look at the opportunities here, I look at business clients, and we take care of all business clients. So I take care of business clients within any client within a turnover of up to 500 million. But not to say after that I will not, I'll let you out. I'll graduate you to the next level, which is a commercial client, which is between 500 million to 4B. After 4B, I'll also graduate you to corporate and investment banking. So you're well taken in Stanbic. So what I oversee is that I look into all business clients within Stanbic Bank Kenya for all branches and coordinate with all functions in head office.
Mr. Raymond Molenje, tell us who you are and what you do and what Kenya Bankers has to offer SMEs.
Thank you. As you've heard, my great. As you've heard, my name is Raymond Molenje, working the Kenya Bankers Association. For me, you know what? For all of you, so I don't. And the critical thing that we provide to SMEs, businesses, individuals is just to be able to ensure that you're financially empowered, you're financially independent. And why am I here? Just to be able to highlight to you that there's a missing link in all our businesses, whether you are working, whether you are an SME. We pride ourselves in calling ourselves small businesses, informal businesses, and SMEs. But then that kills us as Kenyans. And then also matters tax, it's because we have no idea as to what we need to do around our small businesses. So my message to you is, let's step back. We look at our families. Let's call our SMEs, our informal enterprises, as family businesses. Then what you do is have a long-term vision as to how your fifth generation will actually be able to benefit from that particular SME. You have had Vimal, 37 years, and where now Bitco Africa is. So if we hold our small entities to ourselves, we don't involve our family members, Stanbic will not come to you. But if you have the succession plan, you've involved your family members, moving from small, medium to large, finances will come. The money is there. The only challenge is that money can't be given to micro entities. And Hustler Fund is an example. 21 million have borrowed, 19 have not repaid. So that's a challenge.
Thank you so much. We can see there's a lot of generational thinking right here. But we have Ms. Mumbi Minor, who is with the International Trade Center. What do you do and what do you have to offer for SMEs today?
Thank you, Bide, and good afternoon, everybody, again. As you've heard, I'm Mumbi Minor, and I work with the International Trade Center, but I work for SMEs. And as the International Trade Center, we have not yet made it to 170 years like Stanbic, but we are a close second. We are 60 years old. We are a joint agency of the World Trade Organization and the United Nations. But our core business is small businesses in developing countries. So each and every one of you here who is a business or who's an aspiring entrepreneur, we exist to serve you in a number of ways. One is we work with local businesses and help them to internationalize via interpreting global trade agreements to make sense for a business. You know, today businesses in coffee, for example, are being affected by EUDR, but translating a regulation that has been set somewhere in a big convening for a business to understand can be difficult, and we come in to bridge that gap. We also work closely with the businesses end to end. We come in to help you improve your business operations. We help you become a business that's e-commerce, help you navigate payment systems, help you understand how to export, understand export markets. I hope I'll get a chance to speak. Let me stop there and say that as we help you along this entire journey, you will
a public in terms of your turnover and your size?
So at the moment we employ approximately 21 people, but when we have a lot of production, we work on a lean business model. Sometimes our employees can go as high as 50, because sometimes we bring on board people to help us maybe in the production or on the sales part, but not on permanent basis. Yes.
Fantastic, thank you so much. I'll start off with you again, Charlene, and I'm not putting you on the spot. You're only SME that is seated here, and there are 4 financiers who are seated next to you. Is that representative of your world? I mean, everyone is saying there's no access to finance, but I have 1 company and 4 financiers. These are the choices you guys have to make, which money you want. Is that representative? Please, help us understand that. Is this representative of your day-to-day when you're looking for funding for your business?
I wish that was true. I believe I speak for every entrepreneur when I say financing is one of the toughest things you have to go through. Especially, let's say when I was starting, I didn't know every money had to pass through the account. So the very first time I went to a bank to ask for a loan, I was like, these are my books. According to the bank, no money was passing through my bank. I remember my mom telling me it has to go through the bank for the bank to know you're making money. Sometimes it's good to have amazing people like this on panels, but saa zingine vitu kwa ground ni different. I wish.
Wewe umekaa miaka 10. So bado una thrive. Umethrive aje? Umepata pesa ya kujenga biashara yako wapi?
So with time I've learned many things. First of all, I've been approached by a number of equity financiers, which I unfortunately had to turn them down for different reasons. But for equity financing, you really just have to get yourself out there. But even past the physical aspect when it comes to your books, like I mentioned, make sure every single shilling passes through your account. This is what these people look at. Then at the end of the year, even if you don't have so much money, try and look for an auditor so that you can have audited books of accounts. It is so much easier to get financing when your books are in order. I remember there's a time I owed Stanbic some money, but the first time they denied me credit. The second time they lent me credit, after I paid well, they are the ones who called me to ask if I need more money.
Fantastic. So you can see where the question is going. Geoffrey, oh, we should clap for that. She got money. Geoffrey, I like that you have different cadres for businesses. And when you're talking about SMEs, I think you said it's anything 500 million shillings and below. When we think about Charlene's business and the businesses that are represented here, what kind of businesses do you finance? And what are some of the parameters that you look out for? Because it's one thing not to access finance. It's another thing to be an entity that actually qualifies to be able to be awarded finance by Stanbic. How would we look at that?
Thank you very much. I think when we're looking into client operation, we look at what business. The first thing I look is at the experience of you in terms of running your business. So I have to get the confidence that you can run the business. And I'll give you very simple examples. Someone would come tell you that I want to put a poultry farm. It might look simple, but I went into a poultry operation and the client was having 20,000 birds. You can imagine even putting water, everything. I have to see that you have that experience to handle that. That is the first thing that I will check. It will give me confidence that even if we partner, because for us is we partner with you in your business and put you to the next level. So I want to see whether you have that experience to run the business. The other thing I would want to look at, if you come into me and this is your first time engagement, I would want to, I'm able to interpret your historical data even without you telling me. We rely so much on data. So then some of the things that we do for businesses that are secured, looking at how your flows on the business are. So when I understand that, I'm able to really see that I can really partner with your business. And just to echo what she said in terms of books, when you get into that, some other levels, I have to look into your books. But basically, for anything below 10 million, I don't look at your books. But for above 10 million, I would want to see how are you doing on your books. I would want to see whether you have some orders in terms of controls, because business is about control. The moment you give me confidence that you have a control of your business, then I'm able to partner with you and take your business to the next level. So for the first few millions, anything below 5 million, in the bank I don't ask for collateral. And to some levels, we've gone further into digitizing that. For those clients who are doing what you call religious banking, I give that power to your phone. You don't have to come do a documentation for a 3 million facility. That is all my bank staff, anything below 3 million for clients who are doing very well, in terms of I can be able to see their history. I do not want you to do any paperwork. The power is on your phone. So we've brought the bank to your phone. So that's the convenience we've created for businesses. And we look at all those parameters in terms of how you're running your business. We're able even to view character and in terms of your historical repayments. So that is something you really need to check. You had the CS talk about 19 million. That record is worrying for me. So I think that's something we need to check. So that we even take the level of lending rates low. We've adopted the approach of risk-based pricing. my risk pricing will be different with his risk pricing because of our conduct. If you look at, you have issues of unpaid checks, delays in some instances, those who are paying on time, we risk them, their risk profile is low. So if, and I would encourage all the traders and business clients, if we could mitigate and ensure that all our loans are being repaid. I know there are instances that we might get into defaults, but if we could reduce that, then even interest rates would go down.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dushan, let me come to you because he's talking about the different criteria that he evaluates when he's talking to businesses. You said your focus is any business that needs 5,000 all the way to 14 million shillings, and you've just launched the program with Kepsa, and congratulations on that. So you are addressing awareness and you're providing financing. 2 questions for you. Is it that there was a gap that you decided to come to the very tail end of the financing needs? And secondly, how are you then creating awareness and meeting the gap for SME financing when it comes specifically to access to finance from our ecosystem?
So thank you. Yes, to answer this question simply, whether there's a gap, a massive one. Money is a finite resource. The gap seems to be infinite. And just another thing to sort of add to a lot of these discussions on this panel. Entrepreneurs have to be opportunists. I don't think Charlene would be here if she wasn't an opportunist. We, by nature, are pessimists. It's just how where the cards landed. But I guess the gap is there because this is sort of where the journey is just beginning. Where things need to start and eventually, go to Geoffrey for his graduation into different sizes. And how we want to run awareness around this is through our partners that are business membership organizations, the likes of Kepsa and CCI, because that's the sort of the collective, the first funnel where an interested enterprise can go to, get the right information, get the right guidance, be directed properly, and then sort of start their journey in the program and bounce around the ecosystem. Yeah.
Before I move on to the next panelist, you've talked about something very interesting. You're pessimistic because you're the financier and you have to price risk. Charlene is opportunistic because she has to see that opportunity. The whole conversation today has been, we need these SMEs to graduate to be the 4 billion companies, but there's something that tends to be missing. In your experience running your fund, coming up with this program, what is the thing that our financing is not tailored to, or what is the thing that SMEs are not getting when it comes to access to finance? Because it does sound that the funding is there. It does sound that Charlene knows what she's doing, but there's a language that is not matching. So what's the one thing that then as SMEs listening here, they need to be cognizant of, and anybody who's thinking about policy and thinking about products also needs to consider based off your experience?
So the answer is in your question, part of it, tailored finance. It's important. We need products that are actually needed out there. And as a consortium, recently we've put a lot of work into coming up with something. That is one aspect. Second is the capacity building. I could give you money. I could give you a lot of water. If you're thirsty, you'll drown. It's the same concept with money. I give you what you ask for, you could drown in it and implode. It happens. I mean, it's tough to imagine. Money can't fix problems. More often than not, what I always say to all our portfolio companies is not all money is equal. There's different classes, comes in different shapes and forms, and be extremely wise before you sign the dotted line.
Fantastic. Tailored financing. I'll come back to that. Let me come to you, Ms. Mumbi. You talked about the work that you do, and I know when we were having a conversation just before we came in here, you did say that there's some interesting work that you do for women-led businesses. I'd like you to tap into that and tell us what exactly do you do, but also more importantly, because of the kind of partners that you have who are supporting your operations, you are also focused on exports and being able to finance that. What opportunities are there, and what should these SMEs then be focusing on from where you stand?
Yeah, thanks, Bide. And maybe I pick up from the question that you were asking Dashan right now and with the misalignment. A couple of facts. I will hazard to call them facts. One, there is capital. There is no shortage of capital. 2, SMEs lack capital is also a fact. Yeah? So any entrepreneur that I work with, they will tell me that access to finance is one of the major challenges. Now, specifically to women, we looked at how we can bridge this gap for women and see where there is a disconnect and how we can support that disconnect. And if you allow me, I'll explain what we do. Yesterday, I was visiting an entrepreneur, a female entrepreneur that we've supported. And she said to me, Mombi, if you, she said, Mombi, if I had gotten access to finance in 2017, my business would not have been there today. And it's what he was saying, that you sometimes you get money that you cannot handle. Now, what do we do as ITC? We tailor-make the journey to your business. We come in, if you come knock on our doors looking for finance, and we will come in and work with you to understand what is your business model, where are you on your business growth journey? Is it really finance that you need right now? Or do you need to improve your business processes, or you need strategic partners, or you need to find export markets? And depending on where you are, we support you along that journey. What that means at the end of this is that when we do connect you with a capital provider, it's to the right provider. It's either to grassroots business fund that is not structured the same way as Stanbic, or it's to a grant if that's what you need at that moment. We completely understand what your business needs, and what our ethos is that we must connect enterprises to finance that is appropriate, number one. And appropriate means it must be fully aligned to your specificity as a business, and then that is affordable. Now, just to wrap up and make it a little bit more specific to the women, we have gone a step further to work with the financiers as well. And we have an assessment toolkit that financiers use to understand how gender-oriented they are. And women have told us that, we walk into the bank and the credit officer serving us is male and is already prejudiced to me as a female entrepreneur. Women in other, maybe in Kenya it doesn't happen, but in other countries, they say that if I walk into the bank to take a loan and walk out, my community knows I've walked out with money. So that expectation is laid on me. So we've worked with banks to then structure products that are cognizant of the different challenges that women face, because they are very unique to women. And then we work along with them to make the shift. In Kenya, we are working with, we have a community hub for women. It's called She Trades. Please, if you're a women entrepreneur here today, go to shetrades.com. And we are working with ABSA, who is the hub holder of She Trades. You've probably engaged with some of the women-facing activities with ABSA Bank. Let me stop there. There's a lot more we do with women, but I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. I was hoping the women in the room could clap for She Trades, so... Thank you. Also, the gentlemen who've applauded. Thank you for that. I don't think we're pushing an affirmative agenda, but it's good to appreciate that sometimes there are differences in terms of how women look at businesses and how gentlemen look at businesses. So we appreciate that. Now, Mr. Mulenja, the CEO of the Kenya Bankers Association, or should I say, the Kenya's Balance Sheet Association. So you're representing the banking sector. The banking sector has provided debt financing to the government, to the private sector, and now we're looking at SMEs. From where you sit, what are the gaps and what are you doing? This was not part of the script, but I have to ask it because there's an element of cost of financing. So the banks that are represented here, and when we're talking about cost of financing, it's good that it's accessible, but we did hear in the previous conversations in the morning that if I have to borrow at 22%, I don't know what kind of returns I'm doing, but we know Kenyans are hustlers. So perhaps you can tell us what the gap is for Kenya bankers on SMEs, and maybe just some thoughts about the cost of financing and how the vision of SMEs growing the Kenya's economy looks like for you.
Great. Now, again, the definition of SMEs is quite varied. But if we are talking of just startups, people who are starting off, or people who are still at the bottom of the pyramid, Geoffrey said something on Stanbic, said, we look at your experience in the business. That becomes number one barrier, because you are starting, you're on either 1 year or 3 years in business. That becomes a challenge for you to be able to access credit. And currently, I don't want to go through the parameters as to why the interest is at 20%. It's majorly to do with the government, because central bank is in the middle of it. So how we balance our government debt, how we balance the Kenya shilling, it's a very delicate balance. That's why, because if we reduce the interest rates currently, our Kenya shillings moves to 150 or 160. Now, that has its own dynamics. That's why central bank comes in to be able to manage that equilibrium. So for the time being, those interest rates, they're not going to increase, but they'll keep slightly where they are. Then in the next 3 or so months, start coming down. So that's the scenario that we see. But to bring it practically home, I'll take you to, on a personal level, our brother, actually our last born, is 26 years old. He says he doesn't want to pursue a lot of higher education. He wants to do business, farming, and be able to see where it takes him to. So what he did, and coming to experience, he picked up the farming that my dad was doing, and the good thing, my dad had actually registered a company. So experience, he already inherited the company that my dad had, so the company has a history. Then again now, for the bank, it becomes very, very strategic when, as a business, you have a succession plan. That's why I was saying, if we all look at our businesses as family businesses, then also challenge our children to be able to have a keen eye on that particular business, it will really help getting credit throughout until you are 100, you disappear, your child takes over, your 4th and 3rd generation comes in, still continue on that particular line, just changing the dynamics and innovations, and that business will move from small, medium to large. And along the way, credit financing will not be a challenge. The problem we have is all of us are small. All of us are looking at personal, individual, and then we can't move. We can't be attractive to even the basics who are actually trying to really reduce the conditions to be able to avail financing to you. Again, unemployment in Kenya, or even if you employed and you lose employment, or even for those who are employed and they're going to retire at 60, you also get into that scenario, just like a youth who is beginning, because when you retire, you're not very attractive to a bank, because now your profile is so high, you are not formally employed, and unfortunately, what majority are earning currently can't be able to sustain them past retirement. So if you have a business, you are running as a family business, that will help you for continuity. Even after retirement, you will still be able to access financing, and because you have a track record, there's a business that you are running. So let's focus on collaboration, work as a cooperative, and a family is a very good cooperative that you can actually be able to start with. And then lastly, I'll pose a question. All of us here come from families. Other than our blood relations, what else is keeping you closer to your family members, other than the blood relations? What will keep you closer, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation? Blood will not keep you together. So business will actually help us to be able to sustain our relationships, get funding, and then also the experience. So let's just think about it as you do your business, and even internships for your children. That business will provide internships so that even when they want to be doctors, engineers, and everything else, that will still be a line that will be able to create wealth within the family. Because even if you are a CEO like me, that doesn't create wealth. yes, you need to create wealth somewhere else, not as not in employment. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Charlene, let me come back to you, and I'll probably ask if there are any ushers to help us in case there are questions. We'll be going into the question session. You mentioned that you have raised equity financing. Maybe you can walk us through your journey. How did that look like? And more importantly, anytime we talk to SMEs, at least I do on my day-to-day job, and trying to convince them to actually get their companies listed on the NSC, because that's a form of equity financing, they're normally averse to losing ownership. I don't want to lose ownership. I have put my sweat into this business. I have not, I don't feel like the market is pricing me well. How did you decide to get equity financing? What was the process? What were the investors looking for? And how did you then accept the kind of money that came to you?
Okay, just a correction.
Yes.
So I've been approached by a lot of equity financiers.
Okay.
But I turned down equity financing
Okay.
for debt.
Why did you make that decision?
So personally, I prefer being the boss. That's one. But on top of that, sometimes equity financiers come with a lot of muscle. They want to, sorry to say this, but they want you to do all the work, then they take all the credit. Then sometimes they're giving you a very small piece of financing, and they want a very large share in your company. Sometimes you've seen the bigger picture. Sorry to say.
No, I agree. Please proceed. There's no one who's going to put anything on you. All right.
Yeah, sometimes you as an entrepreneur, you've seen your vision. You've seen where this business can take you 10 years from now. If someone comes with a little amount for demanding large shares of equity and demanding so much from you, it doesn't make economic sense for me. It didn't make economic sense for me as an entrepreneur. But putting myself out there has seen me being approached by a lot of equity financiers, I think over 20 or 30. Yes.
And maybe a final question for you. As you're thinking about your business, one of the speakers today said they started a business 36 years ago. You've done 10 years. How are you thinking about the future of your business? And could there be then a consideration for equity finance? And the context is this. You're young. I don't know if you're Gen Z. You said 10 years. I'm not too sure if you started when you were in high school. But nonetheless, that's personal information. But then the reality is in 40 years, I don't know if you'll still be as agile and vibrant. When you think about the future of your firm, how do you think about that? And where do you want to go? And would there be then an opportunity for alternative sources of financing?
My vision is big. I'm looking at going global. Even as at now, we are incorporated both in Kenya and the US. We are thinking of being bigger than Unilever, God willing. The vision is big. In future, definitely when I have my numbers right, when I have the muscle to negotiate for the right amount of equity financing at the right percentage, as in like when you have that strong voice, sometimes, sorry to say this again, but sometimes equity investors come, then they're like, the boss, I'm saying this. So I want first to get to that point where my numbers are so big, I can give you 3% or 10% for a big share of the company. Everyone here uses personal care and hygiene products. Everyone here in this room is literally my market. Think of how much I can expand globally. In future, I'm definitely looking at equity financing, but at the moment, I'm more keen on debt financing. Yes, thank you.
Fantastic. I know our MC knows my CEO, Mr. Frank Mweti, who's with the NSC, and I work for him, and I'm responsible for SMEs. Nitamfikia. Anyway, but it's very good insights just to appreciate, because I work at the NSC and our role is to convince as many of you or to sell the value proposition for you to come and list. And this is the feedback that we get is there's never a right valuation when it comes to listing. And the challenge for us has then been, how do we showcase these opportunities? One of our best stories is Equity Bank, which went through an equity process, but this is not the platform to discuss. But I do appreciate that there's a space for debt financing, but I think there's also a space for equity financing and to explore how can we then get the right value proposition and the right term storytelling. But before I continue, I'd like to open this up to the room. I think I have about 8 minutes left. If you have any questions that you would like to ask, if you'd like to direct them to any of the panelists, and I hope you're entertained and not sleeping, because I'm not seeing hands. You're alert. At least say something, smile at us. And then I'll then ask my panelists to start preparing with their closing remarks and the way forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Charles. I'm an engineer. I work for a company called Vimtech Trading. We offer engineering services and consultancy. Our office is in industrial area. So let me start, I have two issues. Let me start with the first one. I want to focus myself with Geoffrey because our company has walked the journey with the Stanbic and we're happy about it for the last 7 Thank you. So that's technological issues that you can solve as Vimtech. So to Geoffrey is that thank you. We have walked the journey with you from 2017, and we have walked the journey with what we do. But now the challenge is to Stanbic is that when we are young, when the company was young, we are doing very well with you, and you give us the springboard. But now we are big, meaning that you have now left us, simply because other players have come to the market and have come up with other facilities that are better than what you are offering. For example, anything below 5 million, we used to do with the escrow account. No collateral, no anything. Now we go to 50 million, 100 million, then you want collaterals, titles, what? I don't know, my grandmother's lad, you want it, and all those things. No, now I would wish that Stanbic becomes innovative. The issues of trade finance, equity finance, and all LPO financing, contract financing, they are now outdated. There's this issue of structured financing. I have the project. We sit down, we talk, we agree. Take this portion, I take this portion. We structure it like that and we move forward. Because where will I get a collateral of $1 billion? Where will I get a collateral or a security for $1 billion project? Unless then maybe I bring the SGR project that you have it as a collateral, because that's a project, or maybe the Thika Road. But you never get those projects. So I would wish that they become innovative and then they look for what is going with the market. Okay. The other issue is that on the issue of Nafura, there's a special case that all these players, they are running to her. For a case, we see them when they are coming to collect from us. So that's a special case. Maybe we'll visit you and learn from you. And with that one, thank you very much. And I wish to hear from Geoffrey. Thank you.
Thank you. I can see there are 2 more questions there and another one here. There was a lady who put up her hand here and at the end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Sorry, I came in a bit late. Being an awardee, I was a celeb for some time, so I may have missed quite a lot. I have 2 issues. One, I want to agree with Nafula, and also a warning to many of us. Some of this equity finance, someone comes with 30%, for example, and I give them. But because they have muscles, they will eventually take the 70%. So we need to be very, very careful. Let's not be enticed by small monies, like what is happening in Kenya. We are selling our land because we want money, but you're not looking at tomorrow. That is number 1. Number 2, to the bank. My friend here has said, you guys need to style up because, I didn't say, my name is Lucy Ngorongo. I am a garbage collector and an innovator, but an accountant by background. I'm a CPA student. This issue of asking us for collateral is now becoming too much, and not just too much. When I come to the bank, I'm borrowing a loan, even if I have a collateral. But I'm asking for money to do this, and you're telling me what to do. I think bankers need to go and learn a bit of entrepreneurship so that they can understand what an entrepreneur wants. I can't come to you, or like when we'll be having lunch, I hope there'll be lunch. It is 2 o'clock, so we don't know whether there's lunch. when we go for buffet,
There's lunch.
Thank
There's
you.
lunch.
She's
Just
confirmed.
breathe. Masala.
When I go for buffet, I don't expect the waiter serving to tell me, chukua mchele, when I want pilau. You get? Or to tell me, chukua nguruwe, and there is kuku. You get? That is what is happening to the bank. Okay. And it is so frustrating, especially for entrepreneurs. And I want to say something which you didn't want to discuss. The only bank that listens and walks in the shoes of entrepreneurs is Equity. Yes. But I don't bank with them for my own personal reasons. I won't mention my bank. I have approached Stanbic. They didn't give me a loan. I went to a certain bank some time back when I was buying my first garbage truck because I use new trucks to collect my garbage. I don't use old trucks. That is why I had to get an award. I approached one bank and they told me they cannot finance a new truck to collect garbage because there's no resale value. And I asked them, who told you I'm falling? I will be in business. So I ran away from that bank. It's not Equity, by the way. It's another bank I won't mention.
Okay.
I've gone to other banks. They're telling me, no, Lucy, you can't ask for an OD. I want to give you a loan.
Okay.
I know I want a loan. So we need them to change some of these tactics.
That's hard.
Thank you.
So much, Lucy. You should consider comedy. Isn't it? We need to have a Lucy comedy show. There's another question at the back. The lady had put up her hand a bit earlier, if you don't mind, and then we can come to the front. Okay, let's, I'm being pressed for time. I'll kindly request your name and your comment or your question. Otherwise, I might not get lunch. And then there's also another question there. Okay, thank you. I think there was a lady here who had a question. Yeah. Thank you.
Is it good afternoon or
It's good afternoon.
It's afternoon, everyone. My name is Christine. I've been in business for quite some time. Since 2007, I started with construction and supplies, and now I got some secretaries along the Grady area, so I changed to furniture. But then I have a question for Raymond. I did a letter because I have a problem with Cooperative Bank and some cartels and stuff. I've never gotten a response with the judiciary as well, so I'll still get back to you, ndakuona kando, as they say, yeah? Okay. Then to you, Geoffrey, I think I'll come to you at some point. Nafula, I agree with you to some extent, but then think about collateral. I mean, no, not collateral. Think about financing, and like you said, I agree with you to some point, the equity bit of it. If it's always about agreement, it could be a 50-70 or 50-30 or 50-50 share, depending on what these investors are coming in. Like, for instance, if you have a business idea like I do, you think big, you think global, but then they're buying that idea from you and they're financing you 100%, you think about it. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I have 2 questions here and 2 more questions there. I think I should help out on the mic.
Okay, thank you. My name is Oscar, and I'm a consultant. I work with institutions on strategic plans and training on leadership. My question doesn't go specifically to anyone, but to all of you. Comment on the impact of Credit Reference Bureau on uptake of loans, CRBs. What does the data say? Is it working for us? Could we amend the laws so that it works better? What are your experiences from where you sit? Because we have our experiences from where we sit. Thank you.
I'm Phyllis Wangwe with the legal and banking background. Very happy to be here, and I'm grateful for the presentations that you have made. Try and be very brief, but very practical, and maybe to Mumbi. Because the truth is it 80% of the businesses fail. So when this lady tells you that if you had approached her in 2017, she would have failed, what recourse would you have had for her? So that we don't scare entrepreneurs from stepping out because they'll fail. Yes. And then the other question I'd like to know is that now that you talk of ITC and ABSA, if I have an account with Stanbic, which I actually do I still have access to ITC financing? And I've also done a little training on ITC. Some of that data is very good, very important. And I believe it's actually good for the mama mboga at the grassroots level when they need to export their goods. How do we make sure that mama mboga understands and can properly access ITC data in a language that they understand? Because it actually best suits them or suits us. Thank you. Oh, I'm a trustee at the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Agnes Marete. I run a consulting firm called Hidden Consulting Limited. I have done MSME accelerator programs for like about almost 10 years now. And it's the same question that runs over and over and over. Access to finance is good. However, I want to ask the gentleman for Stanbic Molenje, except the lady at the end, because the rest are all giving money. He talked about capacity building. Why most businesses fail, it's not sometimes because they can't access finance, because they had started with some finance, but they're having capacity challenges. You want to give them money, but nobody thinks about the capacity of that business. I know programs have come up lately to address the issue of capacity building, but unfortunately, they are all foreign funded. Meaning, if MasterCard or any other organization didn't come to fund, then nobody cares about the business. So my challenge is to Mr. Morenje and the gentleman first, even ITC. What programs are they putting in place that are locally blend to build the capacity of MSMEs to accelerate? That is one. Number two, you can give me all the money you want to give me, but then I lack market linkages. So also again, what platform are they creating for especially the SMEs for market linkages? Because really I can produce, but where do I sell? Because there's also quite a big gap. Then my third one is a challenge to them. We have a whole 13.5 million youth who are unemployed. And they need some means of a livelihood. My challenge again is to the banks and all of them. Where are they creating the next frontier of businessmen and businesswomen? Because if they do not, then they also will not be in business. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I am well spent on time. Very briefly, your name and your comment.
Good afternoon. My name is Masi Mugure from Light for the World. My first question goes to Mombi about the She Trains. I'm looking and hearing women here and youth saying the collateral issue, how it's difficult to access any kind of funding, and I'm thinking about women with disabilities. Okay. When it comes to the intersectionality, what it means for people with disabilities to access the same opportunities we're talking about. And so when you mention about the She Trained, okay. My first question is, do we have like a 5% reservation? How are we making it more inclusive? Okay. And to all the panelists, for me, is to say, not even thinking about registration that requires us to have the 5% consideration. I am asking, what are we thinking about? Because the same, if we go with the World says that we have 16% of the population being persons with disabilities. That means we have our customers, and this goes even to all of us as the SMEs. That business that you have, how accessible is it? How our products and services, how are we tailoring them to ensure they are accessible to your customers, your venue, and everything. The conversation we are having today, I wish we can think further and say we have a population in Kenya of 16% that requires our products and services that are accessible. And number two, how are we making the business, the enterprises more accessible so that persons with disabilities in this nation can also benefit from the banks, from the many initiatives that we are having. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so well spent on time. This is what I'll ask. Very briefly, 30 seconds, your closing remarks, and you can answer one question. But because there is a lunch that has been set out there, I'm sure our panelists will be available to have one-on-one conversations, so we can do that. I'd love to have more time, but I only have 30 seconds for each of you. So your closing remark, you can take one question. If not, we can take it. Thank you so much, and I'll start with Mr. Geoffrey.
Thank you very much. I think very good positive feedback received from you, and I see a lot of opportunity. One of the things that has come out clearly here is collateral. Let me demystify this further. The money I was talking about, 5 million unsecured business lending, is purely cash injection. Our unsecured levels is up to 500 million. But then again, we have to shake hands at certain levels. If the company is growing, are you willing to give me a debenture? Then we can handshake. Debenture is just a piece of document execution. If we can handshake on that, I'll give you up to 500 million on an unsecured basis. Where I'm following the contract, I follow the money. If I can be able to follow the money, I can be able to see you're getting the money from here. This is the person or the entity that is going to pay you. If I can join the dots on that and domicile the payments, then I'm good to handshake with you. Give me a debenture. I give the money. I've given 80 million, 200 million on a secured basis by debenture execution. So no issue about collateral.
Okay.
So I think further to this, we have a tent outside right at the entrance. Then I welcome you to get more insights, better engagement. Please spend time and come and let's partner at Sandvik.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. For me, on market, new areas, and then also just being able to, on capacity building, what I'll ask is just don't look at what your neighbor is selling, then you get into that particular business. Or don't go into business looking for money. First, look for the problem that the society is having, then now you can be able to provide a solution. You'll be in business, then you scale up. So at KB, what we do is we have a NUCA program. We've run it for the last 6 years just to be able to build capacity. And what we do that program is, because we are the ones who run it, once you are trained within it, we can actually be able to link you to a bank that can be able to lend to you credit and work with you. Then there was a comment which was made about a particular bank and then another particular bank. Again, at KBA, when you come to our website and then also on Central Bank website, we indicate all the prices for loans across board, so you can choose. That's why it's not one bank in Kenya, there are several. So if you're unhappy with one, you move to the next. And then, the other beauty is that those banks have specifications. There are some who are specialized in particular areas, or even in a particular year, they are focused on a particular area. So when you are told no, maybe that year they are focusing on a particular line. You can just move next, and then now you'll be able to be assisted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Mumbi?
30 seconds is a tall order. But I hope I will try and answer all the questions with a summary statement. For us at ITC, access to finance is not an event. It's not a one-moment thing. And so we are very intentional on walking a journey with you. So to the question on the woman who would have failed, this is why we told her, take a step back, let us support you where you are today, which was she needed to professionalize her business, she needed to get books in, we understood what her present challenge was. Secondly, access to finance is not always a solution. So we look at what your current solution needs to be, and we support you end to end. Third, when you do get to access to finance, it needs to be structured. I loved what my engineer brother there said. Structured financing also can happen when you're a micro-enterprise, so we come in and help you access the best structured capital for your business. And lastly, after you get the capital, no one ever talks about that. What happens after money is in the bank? And a lot of businesses fail after money is in the bank because the money was too much. So we continue that journey with you.
Thank you.
I'll answer in one word answers two very important questions that I must clarify. On working with people living with disabilities, we are intentional on working with people living with disabilities. We are intentional on working with people in vulnerable communities, so in refugee situations. So we are very intentional on our approach being customized to specific groups. And the last question, which was on if you're not an ABSA, if you don't back with ABSA, can you be part of She Trades? She Trades is open to all women entrepreneurs. She mentioned the training, please. There's free access to courses, not just for women, even for the male entrepreneurs that ITC provides. Go to SME Trade Academy. Okay. ABSA is just our hosts for events in the country. Thank you.
Okay. Vishan?
Based on these questions today, you guys woke up to take on this panel. There's some very tough and interesting questions. I wish we had more time. But, a couple of facts that I want to put forward here, and I'll empathize with Shalene. Fundraising is a full-time job. No matter what you do, you're never going to stop fundraising. There'll always be the next step, the next phase, whatever. Something I want to reiterate, not all money is equal, so please think things through before you accept it, because you can't go back and change the past. It's in your history. And just to answer the gentleman there on CRB, we use the CRB, but we use it loosely. I think it has ways to go before we can sort of treat it as a single source of truth. And more importantly, before you start fundraising, please know in detail what you're fundraising for. And I think one of Kepsa's current programs, investor readiness programs, it's an amazing one. It ticks all the boxes for you. Literally makes you think things through. And I'd encourage you to look into it even if you have had one in the past. Thank you.
I'd like to get back to one of the questions asked, how to get yourself out there. Have a very strong social media presence, especially for your brand. Don't underestimate the power of TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram. These guys will reach out to you sometimes through Facebook and TikTok and Twitter. Also, don't fear mainstream media. If you get the opportunity to, let's say, tell your story via newspapers or TVs, don't shy away. They will approach you. Closing remark, and to all the stakeholders, Africa has the biggest youth population. We don't have enough jobs. I believe the best solution to lack of employment is entrepreneurship. It is tough. It is extremely tough. Please hold our hands through this journey. Sometimes we'll delay paying our debts, but we'll pay. Sometimes, please be patient with us. Sometimes, as you said, sometimes we get money to our accounts. We don't know how to use the money after we have been given the money. Please walk with us through this journey. I believe if all of us were to embrace entrepreneurship from stakeholder to SMEs and really be intentional about it, the narrative of Africa will change. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I know as a moderator, and I hope the next time I'll be a panelist as well, because I work at the Nairobi Securities Exchange and I'm responsible for corporates and SMEs. And some of the questions that you've brought here in terms of having tough conversations with equity investors, when you invest with them outside of the public markets, they actually then tend to choke you They have very stringent requirements. But when you actually come to the exchange, they actually don't have that kind of power because you can open up your ownership to 2 people. That's what our laws allow. You can even open it up to 7 people. So you find this one person who has 30% cannot dominate over your decisions. We've had the conversation of building for the future, for generations. We have one example, Homeboys that listed about 2.5 years ago, and their motivation was coming to list for legacy. The gentleman owns the business with his wife. He's in his early 50s, but he realized what he could do at 30 years of age, he could no longer do at the age of 60, isn't it? We are growing old. But he wanted to institutionalize his business and leave something for future generations. He came to the exchange, and tukaongea kizungu nyingi, he told them, me, I know how to run a business. You figure out how I need to look like to list. Last year, he got a strategic partner, and he was able to sell a good chunk of his business and get good millions. Just by listing, that visibility, when she talks about social media, someone engages with him and says, you're listed? Come and work with us. His revenues grew by over 200% over that duration. So there are advantages, and I really like this conversation because Kepsa is telling us today that we need to have awareness, we need to have access to financing, and there are different programs that are coming on board. So I look forward to engaging with you. I'll probably be on the streets a lot more because now I'm in the SME space. I once was an SME, I failed miserably, so now I'm employed to service you, and I hope I can be able to find a way to serve you. So thank you so much, Kepsa. Congratulations on the work that you're doing. Thank you so much to my panelists, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you to you, because without you, we'd not be having these deliberations. God bless you all. Thank you.
Panel, isn't this amazing? Let's appreciate our moderator. She's done a fantastic job in engaging our panelists, and I would like us to appreciate our panelists. They have shared knowledge. They've brought in the knowledge to us. I think we are now aware on how we can engage the Nairobi Stock Exchange. We have a better understanding of a variety of offerings that are there for SMEs. I've also understood that there are partners out there who are willing to match you to solutions that are not only aligned but are appropriate to your business. And I also want to thank you for staying engaged. The room is still full. Isn't this wonderful? The first inaugural SME conference. This is beautiful. It's amazing. I'm really, really inspired and challenged. And there is more. Our panelists will still be around. Some of them are exhibiting. I know you have many questions. Please make sure you grab where they are. We are here to engage. We are here to network. Kepsa is also working to spark collaborations that are viable. So this is the platform. This is the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, let's engage and keep the conversation going. I also sense so much information asymmetry between the lenders, the ecosystem players, and the MSMEs. I think we need more and more opportunities to clarify and to demystify access to finance. So thank you very much. To appreciate our panelists and our moderator, I want to invite Kepsa to present them with gifts. So this is your moment. Kindly stand and have our wonderful Kepsa team. We have our COO present, Rose, Mwaura, and Harrison, to kindly present and appreciate our great panelists this afternoon. And then we will be breaking for lunch. Let's appreciate our Stanbic partners. Thank you so much. That is a small gift to just thank you for sharing knowledge and for your willingness to support SMEs. Okay, and as they sit down, I would like to bring to the stage for a few minutes one of our partners
Zoho, and I would like Jeff to quickly come to the stage, who will be addressing us on some further solutions that can support our business from the technology lens, and this just comes before we break for lunch. We shall be back here at about 10 minutes to 3, so welcome, Jeff. Please talk to us. Karibu sana, you can come to the stage.
All right, thank you. Thank you for giving us the chance to have a very quick, I'll make it very short, quick and concise. Yeah, my name is Jeff Theuri. I'm a solutions expert at Zoho. So I don't know if there's anyone who knows about Zoho here. Who has heard of Zoho? Everyone? Okay, all right, then my job is done. Anyway, so just to keep it simple, we provide software solutions to businesses, and these software solutions assist the businesses in different aspects of the operation. So this could be, you need an emailing system. You'll find a very powerful and affordable emailing system with Zoho. You also require a system that will assist you to store your customer information. I'll give you a scenario for this. Yeah, I mean, you have customers who you keep on engaging. You require a CRM that will automate those frequent reminders, those tasks that you need to either assign to your team members or that you need to delegate to different members of your organization. Now, which kind of solutions does Zoho provide? So what we've done for the market, targeting the SMEs and startups and micro SMEs within the region, we have localized our pricing in the sense that you are able to get the services in Kenya shillings. There are no those dollar fluctuations anymore. We also provide pricing based on users, which means you're able to grow with you. Let's say you're starting with 3 users. As you increase to 5, the pricing also increases. If you require to downgrade, it's also very much flexible for you. So this kind of pricing mechanism is aimed at ensuring that SMEs, small businesses, or even businesses at large, you're able to have an effective system that is price conscious. We've also localized our products. Recently, we've had a lot of talks about e-teams. So we have an edition for books. It's an accounting system. So with books, you're able to send invoices, you're able to send customized quotations. And we have done a number of integrations, whether it's the local payment gateways, whether you require to do SMS alerts to your customers, or even generate the KRA reports. Those are things that we've already done for, in terms of localizing the products that you're providing. We are also available within, we have an office, which means we are available to train, we are available to support, we are available to offer any kind of assistance that is required as we hold you in this journey of digitizing your solutions. So thank you for your time. I know this is just a session before lunch, so I've tried to keep it simple, and we have a booth over there, so if you want us to have a one-on-one session or you want to understand more about our solutions, feel free to reach us at our booth. Thank you.
Thank you. A round of applause for Zoho. They are our sponsors and partners, and please visit their exhibition stand. There are so many solutions that can support your business to be more productive. So, it is now lunchtime. Are you excited? All right. So I just wanted to make a quick announcement. that we are aiming to be back into this room at exactly 5 minutes after 3. Is that possible? Is it workable? And therefore you have 35 to 40 minutes to network. So as we proceed for lunch, we are going to network, and I'm going to encourage you to visit the exhibition stands. There is so much engagement going on. Connect with someone. Our panelists are around to still offer you more information. So let's engage and be back here at 5 minutes after the hour. In the afternoon, we have vibrant and robust panel sessions, just like the one that we had, and we have a pitching session. I wouldn't want to miss that for anything, because we are facilitating linkages for investment readiness, and we have a wonderful opportunity to learn. So let me dismiss us and enjoy your lunch, connect and network, and keep at it.
Kepsa invites you to sign up for the supply of goods and services pre-qualification. Ever wanted to do business with Kepsa? Now's your chance. Register for pre-qualification today. Here's how. Visit the procurement introduction page at Kepsa. Click on Fill Pre-Qualification Form. Access the form at Kepsa. Fill in the details and upload. Kepsa invites you to sign up for the supply of goods and services pre-qualification. Ever wanted to do business with Kepsa? Now's your chance. Register for pre-qualification today. Here's how. Visit the procurement introduction page at Kepsa. Click on Fill Pre-Qualification Form. Access the form at Kepsa. Fill in the details and upload the required documents. You can save your progress and continue later. Pay via M-Pesa. Get verified. Receive an acceptance email and supplier certificate. Start receiving business opportunities with Kepsa today. Kepsa invites you to sign up for the supply of goods and services pre-qualification. Kepsa invites you to sign up for the supply of goods and services pre-qualification. Ever wanted to do business with Kepsa? Now's your chance. Register for pre-qualification today. Here's how. Visit the procurement introduction page at Kepsa. Click on Fill Pre-Qualification Form. Access the form at Kepsa.
Around SMEs. So let me start off by saying that I'm greatly honored to be invited to give a keynote speech for today. It's not always that privilege is extended to everybody. So it's a very great honor for me to be given this opportunity. Now, secondly, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, first of all, for thinking about this idea of an annual SME conference, and for bringing such a diverse group of stakeholders together today, because we know that it's only through the power of collaboration and the power of working together that we are able to make progress. I've been here since morning, so I think I'll not be lying if I say that the conversations that have been taking place in this room since morning have been of great value, and I strongly believe that everybody, and I mean everybody, as we leave this conference, we will have renewed vigor and perhaps a better vision for the SME sector in this country, because I think the numbers in terms of the importance of the SME sector were already given. So now let me speak about innovation as a catalyst for SME growth, because that is the topic that I was given for today. So to begin my reflections, I think I will give a couple of examples. Now, imagine yourself in rural Kenya. I know Kenya is urbanizing at a fast pace, but imagine yourself in rural Kenya, and imagine yourself as a young woman and a young mother at that. And then imagine yourself that being a young mother, you need to get vaccines or medicines for your children. If you put yourself in that space, the first thing that will probably come to your mind is the fact that you're probably remote, you have no access to health facilities, and if they are there, they are probably not connected to electricity. And so if that is your situation, and you need to keep vaccines at the right temperature for your children, what do you do? Now, what I'm saying is not in vain. A young woman some few years ago was in exactly similar situation. And so we have, for those of you who know a company called Drop Access, you would probably know a young woman called Nora Magero. Nora was exactly in that situation. And what she did was basically to innovate around it. So she came up, she founded then a company called Drop Access, and one of their products, which she calls Vaxibox, is a portable solar-powered fridge that is smart, is enabled by the Internet of Things, and is accessible everywhere in this country, including the most marginalized and even places without roads, because all you need is put it on a bicycle or a boda and you're able to move. And that is if you can't carry it on your head, as it is. And so through that innovation, she's been able to provide a ready solution to the problem of keeping vaccines safe for use and ensuring that they can be used in a remote area. Now, take a second case, and this will probably be familiar for most of us in this room. Now, assume you are a family in Nairobi, and you need purified water, perhaps for drinking, or perhaps for making baby formula, if you have babies at that age. And assume that it's the middle of the night, and therefore most supermarkets are closed. So what do you do? Now, that challenge was taken up by a young man called Ian Ruth. Ian Ruth created a company called Eco Aqua, which is a 24-hour automated purified water dispenser, and therefore basically solve the problem of access to safe drinking water on a 24-hour basis. Wherever you are, whatever time it is, you are able to get safe drinking water from Eco Aqua outlets. Now, my third example is from the sector, one of the fastest growing sectors in this country. And if you believe numbers, is probably the sector with the most opportunity in this country, and that's the sector of waste management. Okay? Now, in that sector, and I know I have my client here, she will be speaking. Monica is right here. But in that sector, and if we go far away to the third city of Kenya, that's the city of Kisumu, we meet then a young man called Benson Abila. What Benson did is he created an app called Mtaka. Mtaka is both the app and the name of the company, so you probably would know about it. And basically, it is revolutionizing the way waste is managed in that lakeside city of Kisumu. Using that app, he's able to map out, the app is able to map out the most efficient routes for waste collectors to get to where the waste is. The app is also able to tell you which household, which office, or which industry has waste ready for collection. And basically, the way it operates is the same principle the way Uber operates, as it were. For those of us in agriculture, and we know, and that is probably all of us, because somehow, even those of us who claim to have been brought up in the city, somehow we rely on agriculture. Those of us who are brought up in the village like me, that is normal. Now, the one challenge we know is that farm sizes are reducing, and because farm sizes are reducing, now we have to practice smart agriculture. So now we have a young man called Eric Bosire. Eric created a company called eRehab, and what they basically do is provide climate-smart solutions, basically smallholder irrigation systems for anybody, whether it is you have 1 acre, or you have 2 acres, or you have 3 acres, or you have half an acre. They are able to provide a climate-smart solution for you. And so sustainable agriculture is now no longer beyond the dream of everybody. Basically, everybody can now be able to do this because of the work of eRehab has been able to do. And they have branches all over the country. Now, the reason I'm mentioning these enterprises is not because they started off as ideas within KCIC or within the Kenya Climate Innovation Center. Of course they did, but that's not the reason I'm mentioning them. Basically, the reason I'm mentioning them is because they exemplify the possibilities that can be achieved when you take on a challenge through innovation. It's because it's the only way you are able to turn a challenge into an opportunity is through innovation, as it were. And therefore, at KCIC, we view SMEs not just as enablers of opportunity, but we look at them as frontline warriors in the fight against climate change. That is how we look at SMEs. We have 3 foundational beliefs at KCIC. 1, that climate is a challenge. 2, that we can fight that challenge, and any challenge for that matter, at the intersection of enterprise and innovation. And then 3 is that our frontline warrior in this fight is SMEs. And how are they our frontline warriors? Because they innovate. The most innovative ideas actually come from SMEs, and those who do research can tell you this, and not necessarily from the larger enterprises. They are also the champions. They're also the champions of sustainable solutions, and they are also the bridge to a greener future. And for that reason, we look at them as our frontline warriors in terms of the fight against climate change. I probably can also add that they also serve as a laboratory for experimentation, for new ideas. Anybody in business talks about risk. And when you're managing risk, you want to minimize the amount of resources you put at risk, and SMEs then become your laboratory for that experimentation. So at KCIC, we have seen enterprises that are not only overcoming these challenges, but are also setting new benchmarks in their industries. So ladies and gentlemen, innovation is not just a password. It is basically the engine of SME growth. In a rapidly evolving business landscape, and we know how the world changes, and it changes daily, the ability to innovate is basically what distinguishes thriving SMEs from those that struggle to thrive. Now, innovation is always new things, it's always new ideas, whether it's leveraging digital platforms to reach new markets, whether it's adopting artificial intelligence to optimize operations, or harnessing renewable energy to reduce costs. Innovation is the way to unlock possibilities for SMEs. To tackle today's challenges and seize tomorrow's opportunities, therefore, businesses must embrace emerging technologies and create solutions that are not only relevant, but also resilient and sustainable. I can see a lot of Christians in this room, or at least people who look like they went to church last Sunday. And so, you know what the Bible says. One of the things the Bible says is that the kingdom of God suffers violence, and the violent take it by force. Good, at least you went to church. I was not lying. Yes. So, I dare therefore say that the business environment is unforgiving, and only the bold and innovative will live to see another day. Basically, all we are saying is you must innovate. Now, there might be people in this room who are not believers in God. There may be believers in science, because sometimes we know science is about evidence and fact, religion is about faith, as it is. So if you are not a believer in God and you are a believer in science, at least you know the theory of evolution. And you know what Charles Darwin said. Okay? It's not the strongest. Can you finish that for me? Good. It's not the strongest that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the one most responsive to change. Strictly speaking, innovation is about responding to change. So as SMEs, therefore, we must innovate, embrace and adopt emerging technologies, because if we don't do that, then the next thing that will happen is we will cease to exist. And in my earlier life, I did insolvency. And in insolvency, what we basically used to do is we used to get businesses that are failing and wind them up. Okay? And we know, therefore, how many businesses have ceased to exist because they did not move with the times, they did not innovate, and therefore did not change. Now, when I say this, people might think there are no challenges. There are very many. And those of us in the SME space, we know that we spend a lot of sleepless nights because of challenges. However, we know that despite these challenges, the SME sector in Kenya has come a long way. At KCIC alone, we've supported more than 3,000 enterprises over the 12 years that we've been around. Now, impressively, 2/3 of those, 67% of those, are still in existence despite the fact that they began a way back. In other words, they have been able to move from ideas to businesses and to the commercial stage, where they now have a very sustainable business model and they can depend on themselves. And through those enterprises, we've been able to create 57,000 jobs over the last 12 years. We actually create, on average, about 4,000 or 5,000 jobs per annum. Now, these figures and statistics, of course, have been part of what has been part of the conversation in the morning. But if you look at SMEs, they make perfect sense. Innovate, partner, and then you will be able to survive. The Kenya National Bureau of Standards, if you look at the survey they did 2 years ago in 2022, they basically told us what we've been discussing since morning, that SMEs in this country account for over 80% of our employment. They contribute over 33% to our GDP, and basically represent 98% of all the businesses in Kenya. 98%. So this conference, therefore, is not only important for the fact that we'll get ideas, but it simply means that by being part of this conference, you are able to access or network with 98% of all the businesses in this country. What it also means is that SMEs are the heartbeat of our communities. They are the source of livelihoods for most of us, or for millions of us, and they are the engine of our economic growth. Put simply, they are the lifeblood of the economy. So at the same time, therefore, it's important to acknowledge that Kenya has made a lot of strides in terms of fostering innovation. Nairobi in particular, and increasingly in the counties, we know that there are a lot of vibrant technology hubs that are coming up, and our SMEs are increasingly being recognized for their ingenuity and resilience. And therefore, I think it's important that Kepsa has taken up this challenge of creating awards or annual awards for SMEs, because that is how we will encourage them as it is. Now, research shows that 50% of all businesses close within the first year. By the time you get to the fifth year, you probably are at about 80% as it is. So, despite the immense contribution of SMEs, as we've spoken about, they still face a lot of challenges that threaten their sustainability and basically make them fail. Limited access to financing is one of them. Inadequate infrastructure is the other. Lots and lots of regulatory hurdles, and I think the chairman of Kepsa spoke very well about that today morning. And market conditions that keep changing. They are pretty volatile. We also know that the current economic landscape, dominated by high interest rates, my friend Raymond is here, I think he can confirm that. Fuel price fluctuations, rising taxation, decline in disposable income, and reduced consumer spending. Basically, these are all challenges that threaten the survival rate of SMEs. However, these challenges are not new. What is new, or what is unprecedented, is the opportunity to address them. Because for every challenge, the other side of the coin is what's called an opportunity. And we can do this collectively if we embrace new perspectives and new innovative methodologies to move the sector forward. Because in a rapidly changing world, we cannot stick to solutions and interventions of yesterday. We have the opportunity to enhance resilience of small enterprises to these disruptive shocks while boosting their ability to be future-proof. So as we look to the future, my call to action is clear. We have to work using what is known as a systems approach. This means basically that we recognize the challenges that challenges in the sector are interconnected. The challenge you face is the challenge your other enterprise faces. In other words, we are all in this together. And therefore, as multiple stakeholders in the sector, we have to work together. Now, access to finance, the biggest challenge that SMEs face is linked with a lot of regulatory frameworks or market access and infrastructure. It's also linked to innovation and it's linked to development. And therefore, if we adopt a systems approach, we can ensure that our efforts are not only comprehensive, but also synergistic, helping us to address the root causes of these challenges rather than just symptoms. So by fostering collaboration and breaking down silos, we can build a robust system where SMEs drive economic growth and societal advancement. Even the innovation we are talking about today cannot happen in isolation. It requires a supportive ecosystem, one that encourages risk-taking, rewards creativity, and fosters collaboration. This is where each of us as stakeholders must play a critical role. So to conclude, I leave you with one reminder, and that is that innovation is the bridge between opportunities and challenges. Innovation is the bridge between opportunities and challenges. So despite the setbacks we all face, and everybody faces challenges, as long as we do not waste energy in friction and instead turn it into momentum, we will thrive. So I urge you to innovate boldly, explore new technologies, and seize every opportunity for growth. Now, for policymakers who are here, and for investors and for industry leaders, I call upon you to continue fostering a supportive environment where innovation can flourish, because our collaboration is essential in sustaining the momentum we have built, and is essential for driving future growth. I thank you very much. Thank you for listening to me, and may God bless you.
Let's appreciate him. Thank you very much. That is such an amazing presentation, and I'm so glad that we are full in the room. Appreciate yourself. Now, I really like that presentation and the great insights and wisdom that has been shared. As an entrepreneur, I'm also inspired and challenged that you must innovate to survive. Did you hear that? You must innovate to survive. We must embrace new perspectives. And that's what it is. Actually, when you come to a conference like this, you learn new things. You meet a new person. You will identify a solution to a need or a problem that you have. And then he has also reminded us that innovation is the bridge between challenges and opportunities, because we are such complainers. We like talking about what is not working. But the solution and the answer to that is becoming innovative, embracing change, looking for new ideas of doing things. And I like the quote from the good book of the Bible that the kingdom of God suffers violence. So we have to be aggressive in our approach. And I also want to really thank you and commend you for recognizing the important role that SMEs play in our economy. We are the fuel of growth, economic and social growth in this country, but unfortunately, the support towards SMEs is not really gaining so much traction because of that lack of a harmonized way of looking at issues and addressing the challenges that we have. So I also want to commend Kepsa for taking that great step in ensuring that a coordinated approach or thinking begins to emerge. The journey, I know, has been really long, but the only way to resolve the root causes that hinder or impede innovation is by coming together to collaborate, to support innovation, coming together to foster viable collaborations and dealing with things systematically or addressing systemic issues. We cannot function in isolation. So let's become members of Kepsa. Let's work together. Let's collaborate. And I would like to know also, if I'm out there, I have an idea and I want to be incubated at KCIC, how can I join your program? Maybe you can share that, or if there's an exhibition stand, would like to know. But thank you very much. At least you can tell that I was listening and that your presentation was good. So let's give him a final round of applause. Thank you very much, Mr. Murabula. We appreciate sharing knowledge. Now, a couple of announcements. I have this lost and found notebook. If it belongs to you, you can come to me. I'm seated right here, or it will be at the registration desk. So, are we ready? Okay. We've got a final session that's going to be real quick and brief before we get to the pitching session. Remember, today we are pitching. We are going to learn how to pitch, and we will see a demonstration of a live pitching experience. So please don't be in a hurry. Tell your neighbor, don't be in a hurry. Usikue na haraka. We came here to learn, to network, and we have to maximize and draw on every opportunity. So our final session is a panel engagement, or rather our final panel engagement that brings together various thought leaders to keep the conversation going after such a hearty opening by our speaker. Is going to be led by Grace Mary Mushiri, who is a project manager at Ajira Digital, at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, Kepsa. So let's welcome her to the stage to lead us to this next session. Karibu sana. So she'll be taking us through and inviting the panelists for this afternoon. Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Allow me to speak while seated as I welcome our industry experts. This engagement panel will be more to discuss on the how. I know most of us have listened to, or rather, we've been highlighting on the needs of SMEs, but now we can speak on the how, or try and explore different solutions that are there. And we'll be focused on two main things, that's innovation and digital transformation. So allow me to welcome on stage Mr. Simon Murimi, who is the program lead, skills and job resources at Ajira Digital still, but at an implementing partner called Immobili. Simon, please. Thank you. Our other panelist is Ms. Rosario Kamuti, an associate advocate at CM Advocates. Madam Rosario, karibu. We also have Ishmael Hezekiah. Sorry, apologies for that. We have Ms. Alice Wamboi, who is head of Innovation Unit, Makueni County, and representative of the Association of Countrywide Innovations Hub. Karibu, Alice. And finally, but not least, we also have our very good friend, Lucy Ngorongo, the CEO and founder of Junkie Beans. Karibu, Lucy. We'll try rush through, but I believe we'll be learning a lot from these experts. As I said, we'll be covering a lot on digital, the emerging technologies, as well as the innovation, and just trying to see what are the solutions therein for the SMEs. So I'll start from my far right, and we will go around, we'll do a round of introduction. And also you can indicate what your organization is all about and how your organization provides innovative and digital, especially in digital techie solutions to SMEs. Simon?
Thank you, Chris Mary, and good afternoon to us all. Good to be here this afternoon. My name is Simon Moremi. I work under the Agile Digital Program at one of the implementing partners of the program by the name Immobilis. We are a technical training institution contracted by the government to implement the Agile Digital Program, which is a government program that focuses on equipping our young people with skills for entrepreneurship and for employment, majorly focusing on the digital economy. So what we do is to prepare the young people for the future of work, the future of business, by equipping them with skills that are related to the digital economy, that are related to technology, and of course, ensuring that this remains relevant even as technology changes. What I do at the program is skills development and job resources. By skills development means I focus on the content, the curriculum, the trainer, where they are, who they are, their qualification, and of course ensuring the curriculum is revised at periodical intervals to make sure the content is relevant to the current demands in the market. On job resources, I focus on ensuring that our young people are not only acquiring skills, but also able to translate the skill into either work in entrepreneurship or working in any sector that the skill they have acquired fits. So we are here today as a program, as myself, to support the SME in the area of digital transformation, because I believe this is a key sector contributing to 33% of our economy, employing 80% of our young people, or the Kenyans in general. It means this is a sector that needs to be current when it comes to matters of digital transformation. So the question is, what manner of technology, what manner of skills, and what manner of tools do the SMEs need to actualize their phase and also to scale up in this new era of digital economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Alice, to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alice Wambui. I am the head of the Innovation Unit in Makueni County Government. One of the key units that I want to mention, being a new sector that we're trying to look into the departments within the county government, working along the lines of just trying to adopt, whether you're looking at policy, these particular departments, whether it is also invoking the community to rethink a different way of approaching the issues. I appreciate our speaker because he alluded to the fact that when you're thinking of innovation, and one of the things that we commonly say, it is not synonymous to technology. And therefore, we try to advocate within our community just for them to look at the solutions, approach them as they're building towards whatever issues they would have identified. So we work with different community members' profiles. This could be the professionals within the county government. It could also be, the mama mboga who are trading within the different towns of Makueni. And as such, we're trying also to plug into the national ecosystem. But allow me to also mention that I sit in the board of the Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs. This is a network of entities that are spread across the country. And for those of us who, we're in these communities that we would term them as peri-urban, the second-tier towns, we realize that we struggle with quite a bit of issues. It could be lack of water, it could be the challenges to access even legal advice. So if we have someone in the room, maybe from Turkana, do we have anyone from Turkana? Nice. You probably are familiar with Learning Lions and what they're doing. If you go down to the coast, we are trying to address the aspects of blue economy. So we have different hubs, but I'll just mention, see, the likes of Sote Hub. You go to Garissa and you'll find Nie Hub that is trying to address local issues for their communities. Come down to Ajir, you'll find Holby, who's providing legal support and using AI at the same time to advocate for the communities to access this advice. You go to Central, you'll find Mount Kenya Hub. You go to the western parts, you'll also find Wise Hub. We have over a network of 140 and counting. And therefore, we are looking at problems and trying to address them at these entities. Beyond that, we also provide support for entrepreneurs because these are entities that are set aside but supporting communities. So we look at the SMEs within our ecosystem and provide the support needed, which I hope I'll also be sharing with the room here. And finally, we also advocate for technology. And I guess that's why I'm here today and excited to be sharing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. And I know as a leader in innovation, you are also a female engineer in AI. I know you'll be telling us much more about that. But let's go first to Rosaria.
I appreciate it.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosario Kamuti, an advocate of the High Court, practicing at a law firm in Nairobi called CM Advocates LLP. So CM Advocates, we just celebrated our 10th anniversary with the theme a decade of legal innovation, and I'll tell you in a bit why a decade of legal innovation. We have a wide area of expertise. But what makes CM Advocates different is that we want to try and bridge that gap of legal services being inaccessible both to individuals and businesses. So we have a number of digital products all geared towards making legal services accessible to both businesses and individuals. But today, allow me to speak about a product specifically for small and medium enterprises, what we call the CMSME Club. What we have done is created a digital portal where SMEs can be able to access legal services at the click of a button, everything you can think of from incorporation to all your commercial agreements, compliance requirements, if you have debt recovery issues, if you want to register your trademarks, IP, and stuff like that. Basically, what we want to do is assist businesses in regulatory compliance. Mr. Morogari noted that one of the issues, one of the things that businesses face and fail is because of lack of compliance. So we want to deal with this as in a proactive manner rather than doing it in a reactive manner, because most businesses will fail and incur many costs when you deal with these issues in a reactive manner. So we want to create a product which is accessible and affordable for SMEs to be able to access these services. And let's remove that notion that legal services are inaccessible or unaffordable, because there are services that you can be able to access and that your business can be able to benefit from. So what we provide is basically an outsourced legal officer. You have a legal department that is not in your office, but we are a call away, and you just call us and we deal with all your legal matters, whatever you may require. From a small subscription fee, you can visit, we have a booth here today, so any business that needs that kind of service, just visit us in one of the booths, and you'll be able to see that you can be able to access legal services at an affordable price. So yes, those are the kind of services that we do, though we have a number of other products. If I can just mention one other is a legal consultation product called Dial a Lawyer. If you Google Dial a Lawyer on your phones, you can be able to see that. And basically, you just call a lawyer, and you have an issue, immediately call a lawyer, and you're able to access lawyers. So basically, our whole notion is bringing the lawyers to you. Let's get away from asking your friend if they know a lawyer, if that friend knows a lawyer, if they trust a lawyer. You just need to click a button and you're able to access the lawyer. Yes.
Yes, Lucy.
Good afternoon. Mumeshiba? Sawa. Msisahau niliwatetea. My name is Lucy Ngorongo. I'm founder and CEO of a garbage collection company. In other words, I'm a garbage collector. But we've transitioned from garbage collection, transportation and disposal to waste management. Simply meaning we are now not disposing of waste, we are recycling, reusing, reducing the waste that we are generating from our homes. And because we want a better environment, we are in August and we are all feeling cold. I think I'm the one feeling the coldest because of climate change effects. At Junkie Beans, we are doing our best to ensure that we make you aware of what you produce or what you call waste. It is no longer a waste, it is a resource. And we are doing this by ensuring that we let you know or creating awareness on waste segregation from your home. When you separate your waste, you reduce what goes to the dump site. And when you reduce what goes to the dump site, we reduce the negative effects of the climate, the negative effects in our environment. I found someone gossiping about me here when I walked in. I wanted you to look up. I found someone talking about some vigunyos he found out there, and he was telling you to go and see. We have our booth out here where we are showing exactly what we are doing with our organic waste. We are converting organic waste to poultry, pig, and fish feed using the BSF bioconversion, and the residue is organic fertilizer. This fertilizer is very, very good because it is rejuvenating our soils, because we have been used to the synthetic fertilizer that has messed up our soils. If you're a farmer, you can attest to that. How many eat omena here? I eat omena. I know there are few because omena has also been depleted simply because our fish in the sea, our fish in our homes, our fish everywhere is competing with the fish, for omena. And we can leave the omena to the fish. Mr. Murabola, we have to leave omena to the fish so that we eat our chicken, our pig, and our other fish in peace. So what I'm saying is that the BSF larvae is very good food for that, for the poultry. And then we reduce the competition because you're also killing our blue economy. So when you live here, you can visit our booth at the far end, and we'll take you through what we do with our organic waste. Again, as a garbage collection company, we are also using AI because what we do, we have clients and we have scheduled collections. So our AI helps us to confirm that every client's garbage has been collected, because sometimes you forget to remove your garbage on the collection day. And so what we do, we'll send you a reminder that today is your garbage collection day. Please put your garbage outside. We also send you a reminder to tell you that you have to pay, because we have to fuel the vehicles. I have to pay wages. I have to pay my taxes because I am compliant. And I have to make sure that my staff are happy like I am happy. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lucy. I think Lucy has touched on a few things that we'll be discussing shortly in terms of how some of these technologies are being used to even promote sustainability. But let's just have, paint a picture, and I will ask Simon to do this, to just paint a picture. Which are these digital, transformative, techie, trendy things that are happening that businesses can take advantage of, and how can they access them? I know one that CEO Kenya Innovative mentioned is on an app that they're using to map out the routes for the garbage collection in Kisumu. So that's quite an interesting thing, but we would want to know which are these, what are they using? If you talk about AI, what is this AI that they're using? So if you can give us that landscape.
Thank you, Grace Mary. Technology is diverse, and there are quite a number of technologies that SMEs do use, can use, and should use in their journey of scaling up their businesses. Good to note that looking aloud, I can almost assume that 101% of us interact with technology in different ways, right from the basic level to advanced levels. Basic level, like you have a phone. What do you use your phone for when it comes to your business? And what is it that you can use your phone to do to improve your business in terms of growth, in terms of revenue, and the like? We've just been told, and we have confirmed, that SME is a sector that is contributing to the 3% of our GDP. How can we employ technology to grow from that 3% to 50% of our GDP to 100% if it's that doable? The question of which technologies are these is determined by many factors. Which kind of business are you into? Where do you see your business in the future? And what is that is dictating that space? I'm looking at technologies such as AI, the artificial intelligence. I understand my fellow panelist here is into that space. Maybe she'll be able to comment further on this. But AI, being a new technology, that when it came aloud, people were afraid to make people lose their jobs and the like, because it helps to automate systems. It helps to automate routine tasks. So there are things that you don't need to do as a human being, or as an entrepreneur, as a business owner, because AI technology can deliver that for you in seconds. Nowadays, in some places, when you go to a parking, you do not need a parking attendant. The system, driven by AI technology, is able to open for you. You take your ticket, you do your payment, and you exit without any human assistance. In some businesses, you're able to walk in, pick a product, scan the product, make payment, and walk out safely without interacting with anybody. So AI and these technologies are there to facilitate our businesses and to make us better. So if you are able to adopt a technology such as AI or any other that will serve your business line, that will serve your business, help you reduce your cost, create and achieve efficiency, and expand to your business, not just to be operating within a region, but also regionally and globally, then why not adopt it? Good thing is, most of these technologies, and as we continue to simplify them, is that even with a basic Android phone, you can operate, you can use these technologies. And that's why I asked, if all of us have a phone, what are we doing with that phone to grow our businesses? But don't forget, even as we adopt technology, there's a question of safety, matters to do with cybersecurity. There's an area that is becoming a threat, but equally, we are gradually developing laws and developing systems to make sure that our systems and our data is safe. Thirdly, all of us being in business and being SMEs, I'm sure you have some data somewhere that you have collected or continue to collect about your clients, who they are, what they buy, and how they buy. AI can assist you to study the trends of your customers, the preferences of your customers, the taste of your customers. And with that kind of data, you can be able to focus your marketing strategy, develop products, and the like. The question is, as an SME, how much and how many of your clients do you know in terms of your taste, in terms of preferences? Or do you just interact with your clients when they come to parties and they leave? If you have that data and it is protected, how are you utilizing that data using technologies that analytics to inform your decisions, to inform your scalability? Because technology is here to make your business grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. And I think you've brought out a very good point in terms of using technology even to make data-driven decisions. I think it's very key. But maybe also to highlight that as businesses, as we look for solutions through digital technologies, we also need to see the opportunities that we can ride on, yeah? So as Simon is pointing out, there are also opportunities that we can, if for instance, you are just doing garbage collection, but you have learned that today we have Lucy here and a few more that are doing the same thing, and you are a techie, you can come up with a platform that can help them follow up on the different clients they have, or even offer transactions and all that. So let's also look out for those opportunities. And with that, I'll also now ask Alice, with the fact that you interact with a lot of these innovators within the countrywide hubs, so and also the fact that you're a young woman and in that engineering AI. So what are these insights you're finding within those incubation hubs, if I may call them? And what are these solutions you feel will be great for SMEs in the near future? Yes.
Thank you. So one of the key things, and especially looking at the countrywide innovation hubs context, has been the fact that we have different sector agnostic focused entities. So that means that, an entity, like I mentioned, say Holby, is focused on matters law and looking at how they can integrate artificial intelligence to provide solutions to the community that they serve in. You think of Sote Hub, for example, and being that it is an entity along the coastal line, they're looking at how they can address, when you're talking of issues along blue economy, matters concerning the ocean, and so on and so forth. So the idea here has been, first and foremost, having this entity addressing a particular issue that they have identified within that community. Interestingly so, we also see these entities span and even reach other communities along different counties. So one of the key things that I've noticed as an insight has been the fact that even when you look at government, and allow me to mix in between because I'm both in government and just within the ecosystem, just driving policy so that we have, favorable environments for either innovators who are in different areas. Could be fintech, it could be agribusiness, it could be also climate, trying to address matters along climate action and even change, trying to look at blue economy aspects within that particular communities that they serve in. So government has tried to provide these resources. And I say tried because it's an ongoing conversation. Even as we speak, in the space of technology, we are also trying to advocate for matters, say the ICT bill. So trying to look at these different policies and how they affect these innovators and how they are running their SMEs, providing the needed infrastructure. one of the key things, even within the community that I serve in, there are still areas where we cannot access telephony infrastructure or even internet. It's still a challenge. So within the county, what we've tried to do, we are setting up, say, ICT centers, because we do not want a Mwende or Wambua based in an area called Nunguni to come all the way to the county headquarters to access their services, right? To access whether they need to pay for revenues and so on and so forth for their businesses. So the county government itself is setting this infrastructure so that it makes it easier for that business owner to cut on cost of either travel, whatever logistic that they'll need to experience. So the same thing would also be applied for when you're looking at the context of, say, county government framework, or even at the national context, where we see, the aspects along whenever you want to tap onto the sea cable so that you can access basic, internet services, for example, even for your business. So some of these insights, for example, when you're looking at resources, whether it be policies, whether it be the infrastructure or connectivity, that's something that we purpose and hope that even at the national context, whether it's government or county, that's something that is provided for. What I've seen within my line, one of the key things has been to try and break down the aspects when it comes to, say, language. I'm Alice Wambui and I'm in Makueni. So how do you then ensure that even the community understands what it is that you're trying to provide as an entity? All right, so that SME, you're trying to advocate in terms of the trade products that they want to sell from Makueni, say, to Kitui County, even within the neighboring counties along that particular region, how do they then communicate? How do we provide those platforms? I'll speak within the context that I'm more familiar with. My apologies. One of the key areas has been to ensure that even within the regional blocks, and that's how Association of Countrywide Innovation Hubs has become strong, because we are looking at sparking up grassroots innovation, and even at a regional context. So I'm not just as Makueni Tech and Innovation Hub within Makueni, but I'm also collaborating with my counterparts within the region. So it can be within Taita, Taveta, it could be down to Machakos, up towards even Kajiado. And I will also challenge us, for some of us, we are setting up conversations around blue economy, and especially the fact that we also have a summit in the coastal region. The whole coastal line, where we have those particular entities, have also come together, all right, to spark up this conversation. So you cannot walk alone when you're talking of innovation as just as a singular entity, but you have to collaborate and network with other entities, because at the end of the day, we are trying to push even for government favorable policies, setting up of infrastructure. So I cannot just approach it as Makueni, but I also collaborate with within the region. Yep.
Okay. Thank you. So the hubs are bringing the solutions closer home,
yes,
even for the person who said they come from Turkana.
Yes.
Okay. So allow us to shift our gears a little with Rosaria. I know you had mentioned about dial a lawyer as one of the innovative ways in the legal fraternity. So I'm just wondering, what other innovative solutions do you have for SMEs? And even keeping in mind that with the growing digital transformation, businesses are prone to more issues like cybersecurity issues on their data and all that. So I don't know what other solutions you have.
So I'll just reiterate, like she's mentioned, Dial a Lawyer. We also have a product for lawyers, because lawyers can also form part of SMEs. So a product called Ace Litigator. If you're an upcoming lawyer, we have a product where you can access all types of templates so that you can be able to start up your law firm. You've heard of cases where you leave employment and then your previous employer sues you because you've left with their templates. Let's move away from that. You can be able to start your law firm immediately you finish school. So yes, so dial a lawyer for consultation. Let's move away from just moving around legal issues without talking to a lawyer. We just want to do away with this notion that lawyers are unaffordable and inaccessible. There are products out there that you can be able to access that will actually help your business. Another thing that we also advocate for is legal training. So we do a lot of webinars for businesses and legal trainings, because when you have the knowledge, then you have the know-how of how to go around these legal issues. So we do have a lot of webinars. You need to look out for this so that you're also equipped on how to go about these issues. And then again, to reiterate, the CMSME Club, where it's a portal that you as an SME can be able to access legal services at an affordable price and in a very accessible manner from wherever you are. I've heard Turkana. If your business is in Turkana, you can still be able to access legal services and get compliant and avoid legal issues. You know, have your trademark registered for starters. Have your business set up well. We've had someone come into the stand and say that they have lost an investor deal, or they've not been able to get the investor amount that the amount that the investor had said they'd get because of a simple thing like documentation. So those are the things that we assist you with. Ensure that your documentation is right so that you avoid missing out on these opportunities. He was getting millions, yeah? But because you don't have a properly structured document, you're not even able to follow it up, yeah? So those are the kind of things that we do to be able to work with you and be able to help you to grow your business.
Okay, thank you, Rosaria. I think now we can go to Lucy, as you just give us an experience as an owner of a business given with Junkie, and how you have been able to relate social impact and innovativeness, and what are the plans that you think businesses like yourself can take advantage of here?
Okay. Junkie bins or garbage collection business is a challenge like every other business. It's an employment like any other business. Whether you're compliant or not, the challenges are the same. But as a garbage collector in Nairobi County, the biggest challenge is our dump sites. But we are working towards zero waste, zero landfill. And how we are doing this is partnering with people like KCIC. If you remember, Mr. Murabula said I'm his client, because we want to receive funding and come up with a material recovery facility. A material recovery facility is the way to go because, like I said earlier, we want to reduce the waste that goes to the dump site. So when you segregate your waste at source, we take the waste there for further sorting because we are still not very disciplined. You'll still find a bit of waste mixed up. So when you take the waste to the facility, we sort it further. And the dry waste, that is carton, plastics, paper, metal, clothing, your e-waste, that is electronic waste, phones, laptops. We have partnered with several companies who come for the material for either recycling or reuse. And we ensure that absolutely nothing goes to the dump site. And then for the organic waste, still at the same facility, we are converting that waste to poultry, pig, and fish feed, like I said. We've partnered with several clients. First of all, our clients, okay, like saying this, we collect waste in Meomoka. Waste in Meomoka, you find that 70% of the waste you collect is organic waste. So when we collect that waste and we convert it to poultry, pig, and fish feed, the residue is organic fertilizer. We give it to our clients as an incentive to be able to segregate their waste because most of our clients do not, they're vegetarian. We are partnering with farmers for the chicken feed and also for fertilizer. And they are very happy. So we are happy because we are creating a very, very big impact. And very soon we'll avoid diseases like cancer, which are not natural diseases. They are as a result of the chemicals that we are consuming. So the dump site is a big challenge, and the sooner we cooperate, the better, so that we have little or no waste going to the dump site. We are also trying to understand that garbage collection is a business like any other. Like I said earlier, I am an accountant by profession, but a garbage collector by passion. And Mr. Murabula said something, that those who say they were born in Nairobi, we don't say you were born in Nairobi. I was born in Nairobi when Nairobi was very clean, and that is where my passion for garbage collection started. Those of us who were born some years back, I won't say. Nairobi was very clean, and we want to take Nairobi back to where it was, and also borrow a leaf from countries like, if you remember our CEO, Mrs. Kariuki said, you go to Rwanda, you go to Kigali, you go to the interior, it is all clean. Nairobi can do that. Unfortunately today, even in Makueni, it looks like Nairobi. There's waste everywhere. Go to Marsabit, go to Shimoni in Kwale County. Waste is everywhere because we lack self-discipline. All we need to do is change our behavior, and we shall have a very, very, very good environment. And when we sit here another time, we shall be talking something different. It is in August, I will repeat, we are still feeling cold because of the same problems that we've been creating over time. But there's nothing that is not reversible. On behalf of innovators, we have come up with a solution to bridge the challenge that we are having today and create a solution for the problem that we are having of bad environment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lucy, for that and for painting that picture. I hope it's probed us to see the solutions that we can implement in our own organizations. And at this point, because we are standing in between the next session for the pitching, I'll ask maybe one very burning question from the audience. If you have a very burning question to any of our panelists, we can pick it at this point. Yes, there's one at the back. Yes, the lady at the back. Or can you ask loudly?
With big opportunities, but as for me, and having come from marginalized, let me say, a low family, I can be wishing to have that business, to have that thing. I have a lot of ideas, but no finances, no nothing. I came here purposely to look for connection. Anyone. I am a graduate with business administration, procurement, and supplies management option. Anyone with a job opportunity, kindly, I'm urging you. I want to be like you. Anyone, please. I'll appreciate any opportunity. I'm open to work, not specifically procurement or anything. These days we learn very fast. You can just come and tell me, you know how to write? Yes. You know how to read? Yes. Can you do this? Can you read this statement? Yes. I'm open to any opportunity, please. I'm urging you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne. And as you've seen, Anne has seen an opportunity and grabbed it, right? So to potential employers, Anne has very innovative ideas. I'll help you market yourself at this point. But again, also to probe you to some of our programs, like we have the Ajira Digital program that is connecting young people to different work opportunities, both in the country and out of the country. And even other many projects, programs within Kepsa, like the Twende Digital. So keep tuned, check out for that. But anyone who has an opportunity, remember Anne. And maybe with that, allow me to have the panelists wrap up with also pointing out to what Anne has raised and give us a parting shot. A very burning one. Moderator, do you have 1 minute? Okay, please.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Harun Mwadenamiasi. I'm from Kilifi County of Kenya. I'm one of the product of Ajira Digital. I was trained and Ajira Digital transformed my life for good. That's why I have courage to stand here. So it's more of a question and also recommendation. As we all know, sometimes we have brand coastal region as people who are so lazy. But how can we transform that and make sure these, not only young people, but the coastal people are being given this kind of opportunity? So I'm more interested to understand how best are you promoting inclusion within your organization, and inclusivity, it comes to the marginalized groups, coastal region, Asal region, and those from the Western region, without forgetting the refugees. Because if it was not Ajira Digital, I won't be here today. I won't have this courage. And I'm purely earning via LinkedIn. That's my office, and that's where I'm getting clients. And that's why I have this kind of a client. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And to my bosses, I hope you've heard and you'll increase my salary. We are impacting young people out here. And thank you for that, pointing out that. So allow us to do a parting shot from each and every panelist. And please point out to those opportunities like has been raised, as well as to those very young people looking for work opportunities in these spaces.
Thank you. And Brent, to hear your testimony. I hand the skills and job resources department of the Ajira Digital program, and I'm happy to hear about you. Once you are done here, go to the booth ile ya kwanza, waambie nimesema upewe t-shirt for free. Because that is cool and that is key. Inclusivity, and then I do 1 minute wrap up, is one of the key things that we're doing as a program also. In that, number one, working with organizations that support inclusivity of different kind of PWDs. Light of the World is one of our newest partners that we're working with. We have Kilimanjaro Blind Trust that work with visually impaired. We have different kind of organizations that support the inclusivity agenda that we partner with at different levels. 5% of our participants as a program are people with disabilities. 70% of our target participants in the program are women. So inclusivity for us is a requirement. To wrap it up, what I would put across to all of us SMEs is take advantage of the technology that is there today and that is coming as we go by. As a business, you need to market yourself. Do digital marketing. Use the technologies that support digital marketing. As a business, you need data analytics. As a business, you need cybersecurity. As a business, you need to know what skills and what technologies applies to a business for growth. The good thing is, as a program, we train in each of these areas. Wherever you are in the country, you will find an Ajira Digital person. Whether you are in Badera, this month we are training in Madera 1,000 young people. Whether you are in Lamu, you find us there. Whether you are in Turkana, you find us there. Whether you are in Nyanza, you find us there. The program is at a national scale. We are offering this training, fully supported by the MasterCard in terms of resources. So you don't pay anything. It is a free training. 1 month, 1 week training, 3 weeks of mentorship. Job linkages is what we also do, whether through the platform economy, through clients and the rest, to make sure that our young people, addressing the concerns you mentioned there, our young people are able to access jobs in the digital economy, in the digital platforms, from their homes, from different working stations, remotely or physically, within the country, regionally and globally. The opportunities are there. Keep pushing, keep moving, but upskill yourself. My final challenge to the SMEs, it's a continuous learning journey.
Thank you,
Where
Simon.
you are today, skill yourself up, upskill, make yourself better. Thank you.
Thank you. Alice?
3 things. First and foremost, I mentioned countrywide innovation hubs. access those entities, to the lady and to the gentleman. Access the entities, all you need to do, and I appreciate what my colleague mentioned, what are you using with your phone? Or if it's a laptop, computer, if you have access, check out Countrywide Innovation Hub's website. Then you'll get the Kenyan mapping so that you get to know where you are at, where is this entity. We mentioned quite a bit on resources. Resources constitute a lot, but since a lot of us will keep channeling and talking of funding, that is one of the things. So these entities also provide you access to funding, depending on where you are at in terms of the stage of your product, service, business. There are some of us who want to access export market. That is what that entity will do. I would want to also just continuously engage, because I see the room has quite a bit of us who are in the youthful age, regardless. So the idea is for you to engage us, because each time we are checking down and seeing our organizers, trying to keep us in check in terms of time. But kindly look out for us, ask the questions, and hopefully then we can engage even in deeper, meaningful collaborations. Because at the end of the day, we all want to access a market, we all want to innovate for good, and especially to address the challenges that our communities face, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With regards to the legal space, let's strive to be proactive and not reactive. Take advantage of the digital tools that we've provided. Take advantage of all the free legal trainings that we provide. Sign up to those. Those can also be provided in the innovation hubs, because we partner with them a lot. We partner with accelerators a lot to be able to help you guys start up and to constitute yourself, have the constitutive documents, because this is a foundation that you'll need to be able to grow. So my advice is strive to be proactive and not reactive.
Thank you, Lucy. I will ask for an extra 10 seconds because I want to encourage the youth here before I tell you something. But before that, I've been to Kilifi, I've been to Kwale. I go training people at the dump site on how to handle waste, how to deal with waste, how to make a revenue out of waste. But if it is not in you, it will not go anywhere. So anything you want to do, you must first of all internalize it and accept it. And for my friend Anne there, you heard that, is it 48% of employment is by SMEs? And SMEs have been created by individuals. If we sit and wait for employment, you will reach 70 when you're still waiting for employment. So what I would advise you, sit and think of what you'd like to do and start. I'm giving I don't know, you said you want to be like me, us, so I don't know if it's me or it is us. She said, I want to be like you, so I don't know if it is me, but I think it is me. So, I started Junkie Beans from scratch. I bought land in Kitengela and moved in there, but I realized it's very far. I came back to the town. I mean, city is always the best. So when I moved in there, we were only 3 homesteads. And I was employed, and I was like, why can't I start garbage collection here? For 3 houses. And I continued and continued and continued. And today, that was in 2010. 14 years later, the company is still running. That is in Kitengela. And then I now came to Nairobi in 2010 again and started Junkie Beans. So what I'm trying to tell the youth, not only the youth, even if you're employed, remember the clock is ticking. There'll come a time when your employer will show you at the bottom of your pay slip. The government officials, I know that's what happens on your pay slips. Every end month when you get your pay slip, you're told you have 2 years, 3 months, and 28 hours to retire. So that time will come. So it is for all of us to think of what innovation we can do that will take us to the time that we feel now we want to sit and eat our pension. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lucy. And I think we can give a hearty clap to all our panelists. They've done a very great job. Thank you to all of you. And yes, to all the businesses in here, we have so many good solutions with the young talents like Anne you've had. And if you want to know more about it, please visit our stand. We have the Kepsa, Jinue, and Ajira stands that are ready with with solutions to share with you. Thank you so much, and I'm taking it back to our moderator. Thank you.
A round of applause to the panel and to the great moderator, Grace Mary. There's so much that's going on. It's very, very inspiring. We are better informed. There are so many opportunities. Thank you very, very much. Would like to appreciate this panel in a special way, and I would like to invite our keynote speaker for the afternoon, Mr. Joseph Murabula, to kindly present them with some gifts as we appreciate them. Let's just clap for them and thank them. He will be presenting the gifts to each one of them, to our moderator, and as they have mentioned, let's visit the various exhibition stands for more information. So we'll ask them to come down one by one and receive your gift. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing knowledge. Let's appreciate them better. Some more energy for these wonderful people. Thank you. Asanteni sana. Thank you, Madam. And finally, our moderator, Grace Mary, thanks for the fantastic job. Thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge Anne, who has stood up. You know, Anne actually represents many, many young Kenyans, many bright people, many bold people who are out there and saying, yes, I have qualifications, I am well able, I need an opportunity. So thank you, Anne. I think you're in the right place. This room is full of energy. Just network, get to know who is where, and also present what you can do and what you also have to offer. You know, in networking, we say you don't come to hunt, isn't it? You also come to do what? To plant. So thank you very much. So ladies and gentlemen, we are at the final session, and I really want to applaud you for staying engaged. So this is our very, very final session before we conclude, and I think the most interesting, a wonderful learning opportunity. So we have some pitch presentations where we are going to listen and witness and see a few people coming to the stage to pitch. So to lead us during this session, we have our moderator, who I would like to welcome to the stage, Miss Lillian Kibagendi, who is the program manager at iHub. Let's appreciate her as she comes. She's going to lead us in the session and to tell us how we will do it. And let's enjoy and learn. Thank you. Karibu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know most of us are a bit tired, right? I want to look at your neighbor and just tell them it is time to learn, right? It is time to learn. I know usually we say that we have a 30-second attention span, or how long is it for adults? It's like maybe 2 minutes, we engage and then we take a break. So I will quickly introduce myself. My name is Lillian Kibagendi. I work as an education program manager at iHub. And at iHub, we are a Pan-African innovation enabler. And what that means is we utilize social capital and technology to change Africa. And we are located in 4 countries, that is Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, and Namibia, which is our youngest baby. And in the work we do, over 150 million has already been invested in SMEs, and over 10 million directly invested by CC Hub / iHub, which is our parent company. And in the work we do, we have different sectors that we work in. In education, we have our real and practice. We have technology and society. We have our health practice, and we have our creative economy practice, and our research practice, which is called Design Lab. I will not bore you with the details. In this session, we'll be having 3 SMEs that are going to be pitching their solutions to us today. And I want us to quickly invite our panelists and our judges who will be giving us a brief commentary to the pitches that have been given and also giving guidance to the SME owners. So I would like to invite Lucy Maingi to just come in front and take a seat. They will be providing judgment. Can we clap for her? And I think once she settles in, we can give her a mic so that we can get to also know the work they are doing. And also I will invite Dennis Okore. Karibu sana. So I'm guessing there's a mic just there. So you can tell us a bit about yourself, what you do, before we invite the first startup on board. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy Maingi. I am a gender advisor for a program that is funded by USAID, implemented by Strathmore University. Great to be here. And of course, supporting micro, small, and medium enterprises.
Can we clap for her? Thank you so much. Mr. Dennis?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Some of you don't want to greet me, but it's okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, it's nice to sit in front here. So, my name is Dennis Okore. I'm a private sector development specialist. I run an organization called Sustainable Africa Innovators. Short form is SUSAFRIC. What we do is support businesses and startups to integrate SDGs as a framework of driving systemic change. And we focus on value chains of agriculture as a pathway towards manufacturing and trade. And over that, I mentor and work a lot with startups and business. Great to be here.
Great. Can we clap for him? The one thing I remember with Mr. Dennis is in the afternoon, he made us to pick mangoes. Can you all remember that? So we want to encourage our startups a bit, and I want to use an advertisement that we all know about, and we encourage them by singing along to this song. And it starts with, Hebu jitokeze. Are we encouraging? Can we repeat that again? Hebu jitokeze. Simama mbele ya watu. Can we clap for ourselves? Great. So our first startup is Holby, and the founder of Holby Training Solution embodies her commitment to law innovation and economic justice. She has a background in law from the University of Nairobi and taxation from Kesra, along with specialized expertise in entrepreneurship from Queen's University. She spearheads initiatives to foster entrepreneurial success and legal acumen. Through Holby Training Solutions is a testament of that mission, and that is creating tailored educational content for aspiring entrepreneurs. Can you all welcome Faria Jama? And as she comes, we will be giving them 5 minutes to do a pitch, and one of the judges will give feedback so that we can be able to also allow the other startups to utilize the time that we have. Karibu sana.
Good afternoon. My name is Faria Jama, but I want you to wonder and come along with me in my mind. What if you came from one of the most rural areas? No education, no information, no schools, but you want to be an entrepreneur. Well, you can look in the room and just check how many people are dressed like me, talk like me, And you'll notice I'm the only one wearing something like this. That tells you something. So we started back in 2018. We realized that we have so many entrepreneurs coming from the northeastern community, non-literates, never gone to school, never seen an institution called school, and are passionate entrepreneurs. So Holby began back in those years, and I was called for an opportunity, and I was told, we have this wamama in the community, go teach them business. And I'm like, how am I supposed to do that? Teach them financial literacy, teach them how to start a business. And that was the biggest challenge I ever had to face. You might be wondering, why will a lawyer be focused on that? Because education is a privilege. And we're trying to redesign Africa's entrepreneurship journey. But how many of us have the opportunity to have the right information, have the right visibility, have the right product in a rural community? And that's what I want you to think. So Holby is a social enterprise that was designed to empower, educate, and help these entrepreneurs who are in these communities, who have never gone to school, who need access to this information in their local languages. So what if I told you I can teach you in Kiswahili? Hujambo. Any skill can be learned, and any information about business, all they needed to understand is how to make the money. So I made this program very simple and started with the mama mboga across the street. And I just told her, listen, si lazima uende shule, lakini neza kukufunza vile unaweza tengeneza pesa. And that was the narrative. Can you imagine Holby was training non-literates and marginalized communities in 7 countries? Ghana, Malawi, Nigeria, right from Kenya. I have never traveled to those areas, and our vision is to just offer them lifelong learning in whichever language they understand. Money is a language we all understand. Did we go to school and why we taught about financial literacy? No. So these communities could be given this opportunity, and we started just going to different counties, different places, and I like the fact that you are here. I came back all the way to Mombasa and teach people in Mombasa financial literacy in Kiswahili. And I'm telling you, some of them are buying properties, some of them are making good money, and they didn't have to have a lot of information. And that's what we do as Holby. The problem we noticed is there's high unemployment rates, but how long are we going to complain about this? Did you know 10 to 11 million people are coming to the job market, but only 3 million jobs are being created in Africa? Doesn't that worry you? That scares me a lot. And so I decided, with this struggle, can we have business people coming to get support and at least increase the 3 million jobs to 10 million so that we can accommodate the 10 million people, the youth coming from the universities? And the other thing we noticed is lack of visibility. Just imagine coming from Wajir, Garissa, Kilifi. How long did it take you to advertise your skill that you learned in Ajira? It took you some time, right? Because at the rural area, it's so hard for you even to sell your product as compared to a person who has lived in Nairobi, who has more access, more opportunities. Because even your people, even your communities don't understand what you're selling. And so that is the challenge they face. So what we did is we created a platform that is inclusive, enables them to learn whichever language they need, multilingual, whether you want to learn in Kamba, Kikuyu, Somali, you will be able to learn. So we enabled the programs be created in these local languages. At first, when I was starting, they thought I was crazy. But once we had this solution, so we made sure there's a one-stop shop business support service. For example, if you need legal compliance support, you have our wakili, you can ask, nataka kununua shamba, nikitaka kununua nitasaidika vipi? Just a call away, and they will access that business support. Then we enable them to have diverse skills training. So when we were going to areas like Isiolo, areas like Mombasa, we were just giving them access to these training platforms, business support at their own pace. So they just ask in their local language, it will be translated, and they will get that support. And lastly, we are now leveraging AI. So at the end of this program, you'll see Wakili Global. It's an AI platform that helps you talk to your Wakili at your business setup. Hi, Wakili. Every time most of the business people were calling, they're always calling us for free service. Hi, Wakili, nisaidie hapa na hapa. Sina pesa. And so we enable them to have that legal tax compliance support. We created our Wakili Global. They can just ask any question, get help for free, and if they need further support, we grow and help them with their businesses. So as long as they grow in their businesses, they come reach out to us, they need support, and we enable them. So the first years of your business, the first 3 to 5 years, it's so hard for you to pay a lawyer. It's so hard for you to get an advisor. But that's the most crucial foundation of your business. Lacking such professionals is a challenge. So we enable them, they can get free services. And I like the fact that Alice was one of the panelists here, and she mentioned one of my products, Wakili Global. I am part of the board of the association, and we're rolling out that program in all counties. And the total available market for our product is 1.2 billion, because only 3 million jobs are being created. So if we are able to just target the youth between 15 to 35, which is 420 million, our service obtainable market will be 9 million. If we are able to support 9 million people just in Africa, how many businesses can we support? How many jobs can we create? And that's our traction. We've already trained over 10,000 people since 2018, transformed and impacted. These people are business people who have created jobs. So you can imagine, I was training them just from my home, and I'm training in Malawi, Nigeria, Ghana, and all these people. Our technology is bringing. They sometimes used to go to a church, they just get one computer and reach out to us. And then we train them from there. You can imagine how that happens for us. And so that's what Holby does. Reach out to us, support our businesses, and help us. Our ask is just $100,000 to just roll out this to serve many people. And we look forward to see you in our Holby communities, to connect us to anyone who needs our service, to enable us to serve and create more jobs. And so this is the platforms that we've created. We've created Biashara Toolbox, and that toolbox can just be read even in Kiswahili language. Thank you so much, and looking forward to see you more.
Thank you so much. Before you step down, maybe you can get feedback from Mr. Dennis on the solution and what you think about the pitch.
Yeah, congratulations, Faria, for that wonderful presentation and for being courageous to be the first person to come on front. That is very commendable. I also like to commend you for being courageous to take this forward, especially looking at what we call the bottom of the pyramid in terms of education and business education for that matter. Since morning, this has been an occurring theme, and over the years, this has been an occurring theme on how can business people get information and how can they get business education. So thank you very much for that. Maybe some areas to consider. One is the issue of time. The best way to ensure that your pitch is within time so that Lillian does not stand behind you is always remember 3 P's. Number 1, prepare, plan your presentation, then practice. Never show up for any pitch without practicing. Stand in front of a camera or in front of your family members, practice, then present. That is very, very important. I also loved how you started your presentation, your pitch. You shared with us a story. But most of these people were born in the city, so they could not relate with the rural. But it was very powerful. What was missing is that you did not transition us from the story that you shared to how Holby was inspired by that story. You ended up kind of giving like a profile. We started this, doing this and this. So the good way is maybe you could use, there's a model called STAR, where after giving us a situation, you could give us statistics, or you can give a story which you did very well. Then after that, immerse us in that story. I'm coming from a marginalized place myself. As a business person, I struggled with this information. I didn't have this education. I think we had some stories from some entrepreneurs based on their personal situations. So that puts us into there. Then what actions did you take? That is when we started Holby. And then this is the results that we've been able to undertake. So I felt you are really passionate about what you are doing. Then another thing that we need to see the business angle. I was asking myself, this is a very nice organization helping people. We need to see how if we give you this 100,000, you'll be able to get your money back. So think about a social enterprise. A social enterprise is solving a community problem, but making money through it. So we need to see that about. So think about how you model your business. I really loved your slides, very, very good. But the last slide, which you also did very well, was making an ask. You always need to have a call for action. That was perfect. But after making the call for action, you showed us your platforms that you've created. Well, as we want to know to give you money. Yeah, so maybe just think about your slides, but overall, very good. I wish you well.
Thank you so much. If you may have a seat, thank you for your presentation. The next organization, Ephraim Okeo, the founder of Conofam, is a true testament of endurance, defying the odds in entrepreneurial ecosystem. Conofam is an enterprise that capitalizes on heliculture, a practice that is extrinsic with the Kenyan culture. Heliculture is the science of snail farming. His journey reveals that self-belief, turning challenges into opportunities, and persevering leads to success. Let us welcome Ephraim Okeo.
Thank you. And as Ephraim comes, we would like to appreciate this wonderful entrepreneur. I was truly inspired. I almost gave you the 100,000, but there was no opportunity. Yes. We would like to present you with a gift. And I'll ask you to kindly just come to the front for the photo and appreciate her for that great pitch and for being such an inspiration. We've also learned from you. So thank you. Receive our gift and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Yes. Hello, everyone. First of all, I want to give my thanks to Kepsa for giving us such opportunities. I'm a beneficiary of 20 Digital program, and we are very grateful. My name is Ephraim Okeo. I'm a 25-year-old young social entrepreneur, the founder of Conofam Enterprise, and we are 3 years old. And what Conofam does, we do heliculture or snail farming as a solution to food insecurity and malnutrition. So we are not farming slugs, we are farming snails. And again, at Conofam, we are advocating on food diversity because I personally believe in fighting hunger and malnutrition through creative solution to diversify our food sources. Again, apart from that, we realize that the snail has a lot of byproducts, so we also harvest the snail slime and use the slime to make skincare, beauty and skincare products, because we also realize that most of these products are coming from outside the country. And another thing is that what inspired me is that, well, I grew up having 3 meals in a day was a very big challenge. And I remember I also did garbage collection. I was employed on a garbage collection sector. We used to scavenge some of the fresh remains from the garbage, and there's a time I was affected by cholera, and it was a very sad moment, and that's when now, later on after school, I realized that I was not the only one who was facing this challenge. So me and some of my friends, we started an organization where we could train people to grow their own food with the kitchen gardenings. Then later on, I also realized that malnutrition was a challenge. Currently, a third of Kenyans are going to bed without food, and the last time I did research, 20% of facing malnutrition and lack of protein was the major cause. And we also know that right now beef production is the leading cause of the, climate change. We have things like carbon footprint and deforestation that come from these. And later on, after school, I was unemployed. So I introduced this project. So what we do, I established a snail farm. We usually produce edible snails. We sell in frozen form, oven dried. Don't worry, Kenyans, we have expatriate most of our clients, and also alive ones. Apart from that, later on we introduced skincare products. Currently we are doing creams, serums, beauty soaps, and since we introduced our products, the demand has been very high, and we are about to introduce more. And we also train people. We usually offer monthly trainings on changing the Kenyan mindset about this delicacy, because snail delicacy is not a new thing. People have been consuming snails in other regions, but here in Kenya, hatujazoea. So I've been training the community. We do some theory and practicals. We cook. And with that, change mindset. Yeah. So most of our clients are expatriates, mostly from Western Africa. Hao ndio wanakula sana this delicacy. We have locals, a few Kenyans. Kwanza, by the my first customer was a Kenyan. Then the beauty industry for these skincare products. Restaurants, we have in Kilimani a few restaurants. Currently, we are supplying to one restaurant, the snails. And farmers also. We are formulating animal feeds from the shell powder, because snail has a lot of benefits. For the clients who purchase the frozen, when we extract the snail from the shell, we usually crush the shell. Is 98% rich in calcium carbonate. So we use the shell powder to formulate animal feeds. So currently we've created 17 jobs directly and indirectly. And it has been a great journey. And currently, we have two partners. The first one is an organization by the name Somo Africa. They have been with us since we were in the idea stage. They gave us the first grant. I remember it was 114,000, and that's when we started expanding. And later on last year, we won a competition from the Leila Jana Foundation, 6,000 USD. Ikatusaidia sana expand, and later on we started with generating 25,000. Currently we've grown. It is a small business, still growing. We are making $125,000 to 3,000 shillings to 300,000 shillings. So some of the milestones, as you can see, last June, from 450 businesses, I was one of the 30 business owners that were shortlisted in the Youth Business International, who went to represent their business in London. So I was one of the two business from Kenya who represented Kenya. Again, I've won an award from Biashara Africa. I was nominated Youth Owned Business of the Year Awards, I think last year. But one, and also we are hoping by the end of the year we'll be exporting our products to the United States after meeting United States to Kenya ambassador and demonstrating our products to her. So we have future plans. First, number one, currently our challenge is meeting the demand, because the demand is high for the skincare products and also the snail meat, because we've started getting orders from outside the country. And we are hoping that with the like 10,000 USD, we are going to expand our farm by constructing more snaileries to expand our production unit. Also to tap into the export market, there's already one opportunity of this. We are hoping to have our own shops where people will be coming also. Currently we are doing online, but we are hoping by opening these beauty shops, people will be coming and accessing beauty products physically. So also we want to have our own restaurants because the ones that we are selling snails to them are making a lot of income. So we are seeing that with our own restaurants, will be generating a lot of income. So thank you so much. We are on social media, on all social media handles, Conofarm, and thank you so much. Yeah.
Let's clap for him again. Maybe we can have Lucy Maingi give some feedback on the pitch, and then we'll have the presentation after.
Thank you, and congratulations, Ephraim, on your presentation. I think for me it was quite clear what you're offering, the products, your clientele. That was really quite clear. Your asking, though, wasn't really that clear. I've seen you also trying to tap into the export markets. And one of the things that I usually tell MSMEs that are growing and tapping into the export market world, you should think about sustainability post that, post what you're asking for. Because we've seen so many projects coming from the donor world that after the funding, the business dies. So you might have to rethink on your expansion plan. It's really clear that you're looking for a shop, a physical shop. Congratulations that you're leveraging on social media platforms to make a sell. But think about your sustainability. What happens after you get the funds that you're looking for? And exploring export market is not as easy as you might think. Snail business, it's one of the most lucrative businesses when you're thinking of the export world. But I would want you to rethink on your strategy in terms of sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. As he goes down to get his present, please don't go quickly. You can please get your gift as you're going. And as he's getting that and taking his photo, thank you so much. I will invite our last but not least, the SME. I'm guessing that it's coming, so you can just have a seat close by, and that you can have a seat close by here, Ephraim, and then you can have it handed to you in a few. So the last organization is known by the name Safi Organics, and they use technology to downsize and decentralize fertilizer production. They make it feasible to implement on a village-level basis using locally available resources and labor. This reduces the logistical cost and produces a high-quality product that at the same price as conventional fertilizers can improve farmers' yields by up to 30%. Can we all put our hands together for Joyce Kamande, who's the founder of Safi Organics? You can keep clapping for her. Karibu sana.
All protocols observed. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you through the world of fertilizers. Do you know farmers in Africa pay 2 to 5 times the world fertilizer prices? And this is expected to rise up to 5 times come 2050. This is because most large-scale centralized fertilizer production are located in developed world, and shipping these fertilizers to recovering markets, such as Sub-Saharan Africa, is logistically complex. This means, for a farmer like Mr. Kibushi, he can only afford the cheapest synthetic fertilizers that in the long run degrades and acidifies their soils, making these farmers food insecure. This is unacceptable. In Safi Organics, we are changing this narrative. With a technology designed together with MIT, we decentralize and small-scale fertilizer production using the locally available resources, labor, and waste. And within 4 hours, we have our fertilizer ready. And what is amazing is that our farmers have collected data that with the use of Safi Organics fertilizers, they're able to increase their yields up to 30%. And As we talk about climate change, our fertilizer has a capacity to sequester over 1.7 tons of CO2 from the atmosphere. You may ask, with this good fertilizer, do we have competition? Yes, we do. We face competition from large fertilizer manufacturing plants such as Yara, OCP. But what is better is that our capital of installation is 1 over 1,000 times cheaper. We also face competition from composting plants such as Regen Organics, or what was previously known as Synergy, and Takataka Solutions, among others. But our conversion rate of our fertilizer is 100 times faster. And we also face competition from indigenous units, but our technology is able to save us 98% pollution-free. And what is the cutting edge in this? Safi Organics can tailor-make a fertilizer designed in the local soils. We have the numbers. We have proven our solution works. To date, we are serving over 12,000 smallholder farmers across the country, operating 2 production plants. This month, we have actually scaled to 12 tons per day in each facility. This will be sufficient to serve over 50,000 smallholder farmers across the country. This has been made possible by a team of 21 full-time employees, supported by partners such as MIT for research and Collins University, Kilimo Trust as well. And we recently closed a deal with African Climate Ventures for expansion. How do we generate our revenue? We generate our revenue through the sale of our fertilizers, generating 40% gross margin. We are looking in the medium term. We have already secured a deal with the Klana Bank to supply or actually offtake their carbon credit. In the long term, Safi Organics envision to replicate our model in other emerging economic markets, as long as there is availability of biomass to utilize. And when I'm talking about this, we want to incorporate and work with large corporates such as Mahindra and redesign our technology. We are profitable. We broke even in 2018. Last year, we closed the $400,000. This year, we aim to surpass over $1 million in revenues. How do we do that? It will be through the sale of carbon credit. The future is very bright. To date, we have created over 110 rural jobs, and actually created rural income equivalent to $650,000. We have sequestered over 34,000 tons of CO2 and recycled over 20,000 tons of waste. The future is bright, yet achievable, and also very sometimes intimidating. Creating job employment, we are looking by 2027 to create over 1,700 jobs in our different production plants that we have established, sequester over 300 tons of CO2, and create rural job income worth over $4.5 million. Next, please. Today, we are fundraising to expand our operations. We have already achieved over 1 million in terms of investment, and we are fundraising for 3 million. This will be used in working capital for research and development, as well as CapEx for expansion. When I talk about that, is that for this production plant to actually take place, money is invested, and we also need to expand and build factories with our technology. We have partnered with different partners who have believed in our dream. We are currently under due diligence by the X Prize to see if we have been dared to sequester over a gigaton of CO2 from the environment. So Royal Academy is also a key partner in our development, also recognized by UNFSCs. I'm also part of a KCIC alumni back in 2018. So this is possible. We have people who believe in you, and as long as you eat, you are directly involved in agriculture. So invest in us.
Thank you very much, Joyce, for that presentation. Dennis, I will invite you to give feedback on that presentation.
Yeah, thank you. How many people want to apply for jobs here? I have connections.
1,700.
No, how many? Seriously, how many people? Huh? Yeah, the reason why I've asked that, the presentation was very good. Yeah, can you give her a better clap? Yeah. So thanks so much, Joyce, for that wonderful presentation. And I really like how you introduced your presentation, showing us the fertilizer problem. But I think it will even be more powerful if we talk about our recent story about fertilizer where we were sold. These people will relate. But your story is genuine because we get our fertilizers mostly from Ukraine and Russia, but most of us don't know. But some of you might have used sand to plant maize. And by the way, this year there will be shortage of food. So that I think will be something very good so that it's a relatable story, but you're able to show us the numbers, the statistics were very, very good. One of the things maybe which is a worry for me, one is that I'm not sure if your product is a machine that does I don't normally know how to say that word. I just know how to write it. Or you have the fertilizer itself. So maybe you may need to provide clarity around that. Then I found, these words that we normally use, I use them also, decentralized, what? Democracy, that one. Yeah, so I was thinking like perhaps maybe you could just think of maybe reworking it differently, because I think your solution will work best where we have most of the farming, and this is mostly in rural setups, but even in the recent years we've been seeing farmers in the urban centers picking up. So just defining that product line very clearly, that we have the machine and we also have the fertilizer, is very, very good, and also the competition. I think you did a very good job in showing us the numbers and the jobs you are creating and all that. Challenge will be that your presentation looks so good that it doesn't look that you have a problem for money. Because you even kept on telling us, guys, we have numbers. Numbers is not a problem for us. When you're pitching, when you talk about numbers, people don't even think of the employees or what. They think, pesa inaingia hapo. Pesa inaingia hapo. So why should I give these people more money? They are set up. They're already set up. So really show us, we have been able to achieve this much, but this is the size of the market that we want to address. This is the type of, the scope of the problem that if you give us more money, we'll be able to address. We've created this number of jobs, but in Kenya, this sector is being, when I propose, it will create this number of jobs. So we want to make a bigger contribution. So that will appeal to more people. So think of these people as also people who may not necessarily give you money, but they might be researchers here also, who might come to give you research. Also in your call for action, besides the money, because I think you're more research driven, which is very, very good. So widen your call for action to ask for people who can sponsor you and all that kind of thing, because you also gave us an array of very big funders, which some of them I also would like you to link me up with after this. But the money you're asking for. So when you're pitching, really focus on really the problem, the situation, the problem, what you are doing, the impact you're creating, and if you give us this money, this is a picture that you expect to see. But your presentation was perfect. I really loved the slides, and keep on doing the good work of the Lord.
Thank you very much. Can we clap for her confidently?
Thank you. Appreciate her even better. I would like to welcome Harrison Ngatia, the Chief SME and Enterprise Development Officer, to present her with a gift and pose for a photo as we take a moment.
Great.
Okay. We also want to invite Ephraim, who pitched on snails, to receive his gift and take a photo opportunity. Thank you. Let's appreciate them.
So at this point, I want to thank, I wanted to invite another guest pitch, and this one is from the audience, and it's from Deed Technologies. Peter, you get only 2 minutes. So can we clap for Peter? Karibu sana.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Peter Kinuthia from D Technologies, and we are a computer firm that deals with computer equipment, specifically refurbished computers. We started as resellers of equipment. We were sourcing our equipment from other people who were refurbishing, but then with time we realized that there was a problem. And the problem was that we could not back up our warranties because we were only getting the computers, reselling them to end users, but then when they came back to us and they developed problems, we couldn't be able to fix these problems. So we started to build technical capacity, and over time we grew our technical team and technical expertise to an extent that now we started bringing in our own equipment, computers, refurbishing them, and reselling them. This gave us a very unique position in the market because now we could be able to confidently back up the warranties that we were giving to our buyers. We filled a very huge gap in the market and a very huge need because in most instances, people have had bad experiences of refurbished computers because whereas there's a saving of 70% on the cost of purchase, this doesn't translate to a good user experience because either the products break down or they end up disappointing the customer in one way or the other. But now by developing our technical capacity, we are able to improve this user experience and therefore change the narrative on refurbished computers. This has translated into, as the growth of refurbished computers grows in the Kenyan market, because currently about 80% of Kenyans use refurbished computers, the need for proper warranties has grown. And because of that, our ability to provide and back up our warranties has ensured that we've continuously continued to grow our market share. Now, what is my ask? My ask is very simple. It is an invitation to everyone who's listening to me to come in, visit us. We are in Nairobi, along Kenyatta Avenue at Sanlam House. We also have a branch in Eldoret. Very soon we hope to go to other counties. An invitation for you to visit us and partner with us. Allow us to become your IT partner of choice, not just when you need to purchase a laptop or a computer, but also if you're setting up an office, we also do networking, or you might have an old computer or old laptop that you probably thought that it had reached its end of life. Bring it into our people. We'll be able to have a look at it, repair it, and probably extend its life. And by doing that, we are all helping save the planet. Again, I repeat, our emphasis is on sustainability and helping to save the planet in our own little way. D Technologies, Kenyatta Avenue, Sanlam House. Again, come there and ask for Peter Kinuthia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Maybe Lucy can give 1 minute feedback and then we close this session.
Thank you. And I actually passed by your exhibition booth earlier this morning. I was also hoping that with the gadgets that you're having, probably you'll have pulled up a presentation, because at this point of an hour of the day, probably our concentration span tends to, to decrease. So talking about technology and no presentation. Anyway, on a lighter note though. So it's a good thing, and I think you're going to be getting some guys to follow up on you for the connections, for the collaborations. And I like the statistics that 80% of us, including myself, actually depend on the refurbished machines. So all the best, and I hope from here you're going to pass by the booth, because he has really wonderful offertories that I tend to think we all need. I even encouraged my colleague here to get himself a gadget.
Okay.
Macintosh. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we all clap for our speakers?
Let's appreciate them and invite him for being really bold. He just came from the audience. He's made a pitch. We are going to visit your stand. So I'm going to request Harrison again to present him with a gift. And for our other speakers, let's really, really appreciate them. Our judges, our pitch judges who have committed their time to support our SMEs in pitching, and you have also educated us. I was actually thinking about how I've been making my pitch. So thank you very much to Lucy and Dennis. We'll ask you to rise. Okay. We'll ask Harrison again, and to our wonderful moderator. Hasn't she been great? Thank you so much. All right. Wonderful. Appreciate our moderator once again. Thank you very much. And to all of you, just appreciate yourself. We have come to the end, but not the very end. So I'm going to invite Harrison Ngatia again from Kepsa to come to the stage and wrap up for us with the highlights, the next steps, so that we know where we are going from here. And please hold on, don't be in a hurry, because there is tea, there is networking, and there are also exhibition booths here that we all need to visit. So welcome, Harrison, to wrap up.
Good evening, everyone. I hope we all had an amazing day. Did we? Do you want a pull-up? Do you want to repeat? Do you want a repeat of that? Okay, that's where probably I'll start. I hope that everybody has been able to network. You have gained knowledge. For exhibitors, they have been able to get the value that they wanted. For our partners, we hope everyone was able to get a value from this conference. Just to probably pick some of the key steps that we would want to take forward as Kepsa. As you all heard in the morning, we launched this annual conference, so it will be an annual conference every year. We are hoping that it will be happening every June during the MSME week. And together with that, we also pick the issue of the commitment from the CS. He said he needs to work with us for the monthly loud tables. So we'll be coming back to you once we get more information. So we'll be inviting you so that we can attend the loud tables. The second aspect, the CS also requested us to identify challenges and opportunities that we can work with the ministries and so that we can support the whole SME ecosystem. So we'll still come back to you so that we co-create those challenges and opportunities together, so that even as we implement, the issues that we will identify will be coming from you people, not from us. So we'll come back to you. Then the other aspect is we signed an MOU with the DHL today. So during the few months to December, we are looking at supporting 90 SMEs in exports. So you'll be seeing a lot of those opportunities. So in terms of our our approach to this discussion. We are not just talking, but we are looking at opportunities on how to support. So we'll be mixing the discussion and engagement with also implementation strategies similar to what we signed today. The other aspect, I hope that everyone was able to pick funding opportunities that were provided by our funding panelists. We had Stanbic, we had ITC, International Trade Center, we had KBA, we had Genua Growth Programs. Let's be able to pick those opportunities and be able to, so that they can be able to support you because they are meant for you. The other aspect is on the MSME financing gateway. I hope everybody has signed. If you have not signed, go to your browser, search for MSME Financial Gateway. It's a very easy process. You'll be able to register and you'll be able to be connected with different financial institutions. Currently, we have over 90 financial institutions who have different products in the platform and over 150 business development service provider who have different services that are offering to support you. So we would like you to register and be able to access those supports. Then the other aspect, we also launched the Innovation Award today. It will be an annual also award. So every year we'll be call for applications so that you can continue being supported in terms of your innovation. It will be reviewed, you will get feedback, and so that we ensure that we are able to grow because we can only grow if we are innovative in the way we do businesses and also innovative in terms of the products that we are offering. Lastly, listening to all the speakers and the questions that I've heard from you today and the different engagement we have, we are requesting for more collaboration between ourselves so that we can be able to scale, because if you cannot collaborate, we'll be working in silos and the impact will not be seen. So let's collaborate more. Let's see how you can partner with your fellow entrepreneurs, whether in different value chains, whether they are in logistics, how do they support your business to grow, whether it's funding, whether it's insurance, whether everything that you require, how can you partner with the different enterprises that are there. Then I think finally now I will just want to probably thank everyone, and starting with our funding partners, our strategic partners, that is the Genua Growth Program, which is a 7 partner program. It's a MasterCard Foundation program with 6 other programs. That is Kepsa. We have Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. We have Global Grassroots Business Fund. We have 4G Capital. We have Groots. And then finally we have Powered by People. So I would want to thank them. Then the next on my land in strategic partners are the International Trade Center and European Union, who has been supporting us on the MSME financing gateway. Then we have our partner Soho, East Africa, Safaricom, Stanbic, Ajira Digital, Trade Digital Program, Light for the World, KCIC, KCB Bank, and CM Advocates, and all our knowledge partners that have been working with us in this journey. And also our speakers, we had very amazing speakers throughout the day, from opening to the financial to the afternoon innovation sessions. very amazing speakers. We want to thank them. We also want to thank our MC. She did a very amazing job. Can we clap for her? I guess we appreciate you. You did a very wonderful job. And finally, we want to thank all of you for coming here early morning, sticking the whole day. I can see the room is still almost full, more than half. So we appreciate all of you, and we would want to urge you to continue engaging with us. We'll be sharing a report to this conference with more opportunities that we get as we engage all the partners. And with that, I would want to wish everybody a good evening and a restful weekend. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, ladies and gentlemen and distinguished SMEs. We've come to the end. It's been a great pleasure to be hosting you. For those who were not here when I introduced myself, my name is Wangeshi Muriuki, and I work and have worked across the SME ecosystem. I serve on boards, I work as an advisor, and I'm also an entrepreneur, consultant, and it's been a great pleasure. I've met many friends, I've connected with all of you, and I want to encourage all of us to please visit the exhibition stands. We have a final opportunity to network. There is tea, and let's enjoy our evening. Okay, so before we close with a word of prayer, I also want to encourage us to exit the room through this door to enable us to walk through and get to see and view what is being exhibited. So the word of prayer, any volunteer? Thank you. Please pray for us. Kindly come to the front. And introduce yourself.
Yes, good evening all. Sorry, my brother, for hijacking your... Okay, my name is Tom Onditi. Once again, I'm the founder of Kichata Research, a research firm, consumer and market research, based in Nairobi, Kenya, and I'm happy to be here. Let's believe as we pray. Father, we thank you for yet another moment that we are closing this meeting. We ask, oh God, that whatever it is we've learned, the deliberations we've made in this meeting, may we keep them into action. And oh God, when everything shall happen according to what we have spoken, according to the discussions we've had, we shall glorify and honor your name. We ask that you empower us and, oh God, guide us through sustainability, and when all will be a success, we shall honor and glorify your name. In Jesus' name I pray.
Amen. I still have this as lost and found. I will return it to the Kepsa registration desk in case nobody shows up. Thank you.
Can we make it easier for people to really access finance? Let's also look at our, we don't say haki yetu, we say wajibu wetu. Wajibu wetu ni nini? To do the right thing. Therefore, if I take a loan or whatever, I make sure I will repay and I'll service the debt, because otherwise I don't stretch myself.
Can we organize our SMEs from Mama Mboga to everyone else seated in this room so that they have proper working spaces, so that first we can clean our cities and our country, as we are the champions of environment. Our president is an Africa champion, and we have to demonstrate that. But secondly, so that you grow.
I am pleased to note that over the years, Kepsa has remained committed and always at the forefront in improving the overall business climate, supporting SMEs growth, and promoting Kenya's economic development agenda.